Su Lianyi's expression was extremely unsightly as she angrily rebuked. Our Empyrean One Pavilion is having a meeting. Who let you in? The old man laughed. Lady Lianyi, you're being too serious. What do you mean by barging in? The Empyrean One Pavilion and Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce have always been on good terms. They've helped each other and joined the same Chamber of Commerce in person. In-laws? Su Lianyi sneered. Are you guys forcing me to join the Myriad Treasure Store? Myriad Treasure Store will also become a thing of the past. With your Excellency's intelligence, you won't be unable to see the situation clearly, Old Lai said. More than a dozen people behind him surrounded the crowd, and the cold killing intent emitted from their bodies made people tremble. Su Lianyi was extremely shocked. Although the so-called golden edge and silver radiance weren't strong, the killing intent that caused one's heart to palpitate was something that was honed from countless life and death situations. With just one look, one could tell that they were all experts in killing. However, she still had a mocking expression on her face as she laughed. Ding Shan is too arrogant. By using schemes and intrigues, he brought harm to countless powerhouses to climb up the ranks. Sooner or later, such a person will be killed by the powerhouses of the world. I am ashamed to be associated with him. Sigh! The old man sighed and said, Are you going to the Bloodshed Heavens Pavilion today? Ha ha ha! Old dog, you're too arrogant. Su Lianyi was so angry that she laughed and shouted. These low-level goods dare to talk about a bloodbath? If you dare to be rude again, don't blame this lord for sending you to the west. She circulated her vital energy, and 2 rays of light gushed out. They intertwined in the sky and condensed into a purple-black flower. The bewitching colors kept jumping around, and it was abnormally terrifying. The old man's expression changed slightly. He clenched his fists and shouted, Darren, do you really want to go against the situation? The situation is humans doing enough nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. If I want to take over the Empyrean One Pavilion, I'll have to fill Ding Shan's stomach until it breaks. Su Lianyi's face was filled with determination, and she didn't take a single step back. The elders were also bewildered. One of them said in a deep voice, Su Lianyi, how can your will represent the entire Empyrean One Pavilion? I don't agree to go against Tianyuan Trading Company. We are merchants. Do we have to sacrifice our benefits for the sake of harm? This man was the elder who had proposed to submit to Tianyuan Trading Company. Everyone looked at him with different expressions, each having their own thoughts. Gong Xiaozhen. Su Lianyi was furious. She shouted, You've been bribed by Tianyuan Trading Company. Gong Xiaozhen felt a little guilty under the powerful pressure, but she still gritted her teeth and said, I'm right. Is stopping you from bringing the Empyrean One Pavilion into eternal damnation the same as being bribed? Su Lianyi swept her gaze across the faces of the elders. Their expressions were fluctuating as if their hearts were wavering. Even if we want to surrender, we should discuss it first before making a decision, she said angrily. We can't surrender under the pressure of others. What dignity is there to speak of like this? All of you are also world-famous experts. Don't tell me you don't even want this bit of face. Her words made everyone's faces turn red, and then they were all angry as they stared coldly at the old man. Gong Xiaozhen's expression changed and she shouted, Elders, don't be fooled by her words. Tianyuan Trading Company is going to unify the merchant union. Lord Lai personally came to persuade us. Even with such sincerity, she still stirred up trouble. I feel that Su Lianyi is not suitable to be the pavilion master of the Heavenly One Pavilion with her ability. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and some of them were in an uproar. They all smelled the scent of conspiracy and subversion. However, those who could discuss matters here were all experienced people. At this juncture, no one would rashly express their opinions or pick a side. After all, it would directly affect their future prospects and even their lives at this moment. The old man laughed and said, It seems that there are still people in the Empyrean One Pavilion who understand. President Lianyi, a wise man submits to fate. Many people understand this saying, but why don't you? Gong Xiaozhen cupped her hands together and said with a pious expression, Lord Lai, Su Lianyi is so stubborn. Not only did she harm herself, but she also wanted to drag the Empyrean One Pavilion into the abyss. The elders and I will never agree to this. We hope that Lord Lai will take into account the fact that we're all from the Merchant Union and help us clean up the mess and remove this man from his position as president. Su Lianyi and the other elders' expressions changed drastically. They were extremely furious. This was already an internal and external collusion to force the abdication. The old man stroked his beard and nodded. Elder Gong is right. We're all from the Merchant Union. How can we bear to see your Empyrean One Pavilion decline? Fine. I'll just contribute a little to the union of the Merchant Union. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen people immediately unsheathed their profound-level weapons. The light of swords and blades slowly lit up the hall. The killing intent gathered together like an iron wall, rolling over. The purple and black lights in front of Su Lianyi were flickering under the air pressure. She raised one hand, made a hand seal, and said in a cold voice, "Is this the power that Ding Shan has been hiding by his side golden edge and silver radiance? I'll turn all of you into history today." With a change of his hand seal, the dual-colored flower bloomed in the sky, and a vast power surged out continuously. In an instant, the entire hall turned into a rain of flowers. Countless petals fell and scattered in all directions. Each petal fell on the killing intent barrier like a stone thrown into a lake. With a bang, it shook the waves. In an instant, countless ripples spread in the surroundings. The entire hall became dazed and collapsed. Su Lianyi, don't be so arrogant. What punishment do you deserve for destroying the headquarters, main hall? Gong Qiaozhen raised her hand, and a golden light fell into her palm, turning into the golden dragon scissors. He opened the scissors with both hands and cut it. With a kacha sound, a flood dragon actually appeared indistinctly. It roared and advanced in the rain of petals. Su Lianyi's expression changed as she shouted, "Traitor! I'll send you to the west first." Her 5 fingers changed shape and formed seals. Her right palm turned black and hit the dragon's forehead. Bang! Su Lianyi's palm turned into a black flower and pressed on its forehead. Cracks kept appearing on its forehead. The flood dragon's body constantly struggled and trembled, roaring repeatedly in extreme pain. Damn it! Gong Qiaozhen leaped up and formed a hand seal. The flood dragon immediately turned into a golden light and flew back into her hand. It turned back into a pair of golden scissors and flew down. Now that the gang was undergoing a great change, she had to show enough sincerity to Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce in order to gain more benefits in the future. Moreover, since they had already fallen out, there was no turning back. Su Lianyi's eyes turned cold as her killing intent rose. She had to cut the Gordian knot immediately and execute Gong Qiaozhen on the spot. Only then would she be able to suppress everyone's impetuous emotions and stabilize the situation. She formed a hand seal and a lotus appeared in her palm. White light appeared on her forehead and it opened up like a water mirror. In the mirror there was a similar flower, but the color was different. The flower in the mirror shot out a ray of light and landed on his palm. The 2 flowers merged into one, shining with a myriad of colors. Impermanence twin life flower. Su Lianyi let out a soft cry as killing intent burst out from her eyes. Both of her hands shot out towards the golden dragon scissors. Gong Qiaozhen was shocked. She knew that this was her opponent's most powerful technique, and she couldn't take it on with her own strength. But since things had come to this, she could only brace herself and pour all her yuan force into the golden dragon scissors. Rays of golden light burst out, and there were dragons moving stealthily inside. However, it was useless. The dual-colored flower landed on the golden scissors, and it was as if spring had come to an end, as if 100 flowers had bloomed. The power of the golden dragon scissors was completely suppressed. Gong Qiaozhen's heart trembled as she cried out, "Lord Lai, save me!" She threw down the scissors and wanted to escape. Su Lianyi's expression was cold. She had already made up her mind to kill Gong Qiaozhen. How could she allow her to leave? She changed her hand seals and instantly, hundreds of flowers condensed into 2 colors, purple and black. They fell on Gong Qiaozhen's head. determined to take her life. Savage! Shut up! The old man shouted, followed by a burst of gray light. A thick and big hand full of calluses slapped down on the double-colored flower. Rebuking palm. Boom! Her palm force blocked the dual-colored flower, but the spiritual pressure was shaken off. Gong Qiaozhen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky, her face pale. Su Lianyi's expression changed drastically. Her impermanent 2 lives incantation was firmly restrained by Old Lai. The 2 forces were unable to move in the air. The entire hall began to shatter as it continued to shake. Some of the tougher rocks were blasted away, most of them turning into dust and dissipating into the sky. All of a sudden, a silver light bloomed and a white figure came over on a sword. He put his hands together to form a sword force and pointed it at Su Lianyi's glabella. The sword force squeezed a gap between the spiritual pressure of the 2 palms. It was like a black line spreading in the water. It walked along an irregular path, twining and winding, and directly swam towards the space between Su Lianyi's brows. Although it looked beautiful, Su Lianyi's heart was filled with endless fear. If the ink thread sword chi were to pierce the space between her brows, she would definitely die. All the elders were watching coldly from the side. She suddenly felt a sense of despair and exhaustion. She suddenly felt that perhaps death was not a bad thing. She had killed countless people along the way. Those who came out to make a living would have to pay sooner or later. Dang! That black ink thread sword chi was suddenly blocked by something and emitted a metallic sound. It also produced a slight ripple that spread between the spiritual pressure of Old Lai and Su Lianyi. What's going on? The 3 of them were shocked and stared at the head of the black thread. Suddenly, a golden finger appeared. It was the sharp golden light that seeped out from the tip of the finger that blocked the sword energy. What? Who is it? The white-robed man's expression changed. Old Lai and Su Lianyi were also shocked. However, their feelings were completely opposite. The finger stretched out of the void and slowly turned into a palm, a right arm, and then half of the body until it was completely exposed. He had a delicate and handsome face, eyes like the sea of stars, and an evil, playful smile. Young Master Yun! Su Lianyi was overjoyed and exclaimed in excitement. Her eyes were slightly moist. Old Lai's heart sank and he said solemnly, "Young Master Yun Xiao." Yun Xiao smiled. He bent his golden finger and flicked it, shattering the black thread with a clang. The man in white felt his arm go numb and almost lost all feeling. He retreated in shock. Then Yun Xiao's fingers turned into a claw and clawed at the old scoundrel. The spirit pressure that filled the sky was almost nothing to him, and the golden figure strode in the air without any hesitation. The old rascal's body trembled, and he was almost scared out of his wits. He was confident that he was not Yun Xiao's match even when he was facing the enemy head-on, let alone in such a situation. He was immediately distracted and confused. Su Lianyi's impermanence twin-life flower instantly gained the upper hand, pressed down and forced his palm force back. The power of spirit pressure in the sky immediately fell to one side. The old man grunted as a mouthful of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He had suffered internal injuries, but what frightened him even more was Yun Xiao reaching out his 5 fingers with an evil smile and grabbing at his throat. His eyes were filled with fear. If those 5 fingers and those golden fingers that could cut through iron like mud were to grab his throat, he would definitely be killed in an instant. Suddenly, a golden light bloomed, and countless sword chi and saber beams rushed up. More than a dozen experts with golden and silver blades attacked together, forming a dense sword net that flew toward Yun Xiao. The white-robed man took the first step and raised his sword. The countless sword shadows seemed to have become one with him, turning into his sword intent and stabbing over. Boom, boom, boom. Before the sword force arrived, the spirit pressure from Old Lai and Su Lianyi kept on shattering. The terrifying air waves spread out in all directions. The 2 of them were the first to suffer the backlash, and they flew back as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. Yun Xiao retracted his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. The cold sword of ice appeared in his hand, and he slashed out long sword trajectories. Clang, clang, Clang! The two swords clashed, and countless sword lights shot out. The sharp arcs of light bounced off the two men. Xianxia's entire body was golden, and there were only shallow marks on his skin. But every time the arrows hit the man, blood would spurt out. His white clothes were dyed red in an instant, and hundreds of wounds appeared in an instant. The man's face turned pale. "I remember you," Xianxia sneered. "You're the murderer who killed Yuan Bo that day." It seems that Ding Shan is indeed the mastermind. The man in white was Tianju, who had met Xianxia once that day. At this moment, Tianju's heart was filled with all sorts of feelings. The ant that he could have easily crushed back then had become someone that he could only look up to in just a few years. "You didn't kill me that day for any reason. I'll let you off today." Xianxia's sword trembled, and a huge sword intent spread out, shattering the power of the opponent's countless sword auras. Eft! Tianju spat out a mouthful of blood and fell far away. The rest of the powerhouses with golden blades and silver radiance also suffered from the backlash. They were all injured and their eyes were filled with fear. "It's just a few more days for you to catch your breath," Xianxia said. "Yuan Bo died in your hands, but I'll definitely kill you one day. There's also Ding Shan who can't escape." "Young Master Yun, where have you been these days?" Su Lianyi asked. "I've sent people to look for you." "Thanks to Lord Ding Shan, my cultivation base has improved a lot," Xianxia said with a smile. "I've been cultivating in seclusion in the quiet elegance Holy Land for the past few days." Su Lianyi was stunned. "Quiet elegance Holy Land? I've also been there, but I didn't see any information about your registration." Xianxia scratched his head and said with a smile, "I did find one that looked pleasing to the eye. I just knocked the person inside out and used it." Su Lianyi said, Yeah, it's good that you're here. Since you've already made your move, does that mean you've agreed?" Xianxia nodded seriously and said, "He agreed." Su Lianyi was overjoyed. "I knew you would agree. You're smart enough. It's a win-win situation," she said. Old Lai's expression was very ugly. He endured his injuries and cupped his fists. "Young Master Xianxia, what do you mean by this?" "Nothing special," Xianxia said. "It's just that from now on, I'll be in charge of the Heavenly One Pavilion. You can go now." He waved his hand to send the guest off. The old man's face was uglier than a bitter gourd, and the elders of the Empyrean One Pavilion looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, their hearts were wavering, and they didn't know what to think. "You think I'll protect you just because you say so?" Gong Chaozhen angrily retorted. "Who do you think you are?" Yunxiao's gaze was as deep as the ocean, and it made her heart skip a beat. She was so frightened that she retreated a few feet, regretting what she had said. "Stupid woman." "Shut up," Yunxiao scolded. Gong Chaozhen was embarrassed and resentful, but she didn't dare to do anything. She could only grit her teeth and her eyes were filled with hatred. "Elders," Su Lianyi said coldly, "I'll be frank now. From now on, the Empyrean One Pavilion and Li Yunxiao will be on the same front. Good fortune and bad luck depend on each other. They will suffer together and prosper together. If there's anyone who's not willing, Lianyi won't force you. On account of your many years of hard work, I'll gift you plenty of primeval stones and send you off." An elder said worriedly, "President, why are you so confident to bet the future of Empyrean One Pavilion on this man? Although he's the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang, that's all in the past. He's only a 9-stars martial sovereign now." Su Lianyi said, "Life is like a game of chess. Who isn't gambling with every step they take? I won't force anyone to do anything." The elder pondered for a while and said, "All good things must come to an end. Thank you for taking care of me all these years, President. Yuan will be leaving now, so there's no need for primordial stones." She cupped her hands and bowed to Su Lianyi before turning around and leaving. Su Lianyi nodded slightly without much expression on her face. When she was fighting with the old rascal just now, none of the elders came to her rescue at the moment of life and death. This had completely chilled her heart, so it didn't matter even if they all left. Gong Chaozhen hurriedly said, "Elder Yuan, please wait a moment." This heavenly one pavilion was built by everyone's hard work. How could Su Liani have the right to monopolize it all? Yuan stopped and turned her body to the side. Although she felt that it was reasonable, she did not know how to reply. She was indeed a little unwilling to leave empty-handed. Seeing that she was convinced, Gong Xiaozhen was immediately overjoyed and started to talk arrogantly. This heavenly one pavilion belongs to everyone. Even if you want to leave, you can't just leave with some vitality stones. You have to split it fairly to convince everyone. Oh? Then how do you want to split it? Su Liani's eyes were filled with coldness. She already had the intention to kill her. Gong Xiaozhen warily kept her distance and coldly snorted. She then turned to the elders and said, "It's very simple. Take out Empyrean One Pavilion's accounts and we'll split it. It's easy to say, but there are too many things in the Chamber of Commerce that have a price, and it's difficult to estimate how to distribute them. Also, how do you estimate the prices of the shops all over the world?" Another person held his chin and thought, "We can roughly estimate the price based on the level of the item and the distribution of the shops. It doesn't need to be too precise. With our status, it doesn't matter if it's more or less." "Not bad. This is a good idea." Everyone agreed and nodded in agreement. The old man also watched quietly, thinking that if they could be separated like this, it would be good for him to gather these elders again, which would directly avoid a head-on conflict with Yunxiao. In this way, it would be equivalent to driving Su Liani out. Come, come, come." Yunxiao waved at Gong Xiaozhen, signaling her to go over. "What's the matter?" Gong Xiaozhen frowned. "If you have something to say in front of everyone, there's no need to talk privately if you're just doing it in the open." "Well, it's nothing," Yunxiao said unhurriedly. "I just want you to come here so that I can beat you up. I really want to kill you." "What?" Gong Xiaozhen was shocked and immediately felt a wave of pressure coming from the sky. She screamed in fear and flew up into the sky, turning into a ray of light and fleeing into the distance. "Can you escape?" Yunxiao grinned hideously. His eyes narrowed, his face seemed to twist a little, and his mouth made a strange gesture. A surge of primeval essence that had been brewing for a long time rushed out from his internal organs. He opened his mouth and spat out a strange sound wave. Roar! The space trembled violently, and the sky and earth began to spin. The faint shape of a dragon could be seen within the sound wave, and it directly struck Gong Xiaozhen. Bang! Blood spurted out from Gong Xiaozhen's body as she was sent flying dozens of meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. She was motionless, and it was unknown if she was dead or alive. Dragon roar. It's actually a dragon's roar. The old man's face turned pale. Even he was shaken by the roar just now, and his injuries worsened. The shock in his heart was even more difficult to describe. The dragon's roar was the most powerful sound wave attack. Could shake the 9 heavens. However, because the human body structure was completely different from that of the dragon race, it was impossible to imitate the dragon race's pronunciation. In order to cultivate this sound wave martial technique, one could only settle for the second best, which was to cultivate the tiger's roar. However, he had never expected that someone would actually be able to learn the dragon's roar. The elders of Empyrean One Pavilion also turned pale. Yunxiao closed his eyes and faced the breeze as he said leisurely, "The flies are finally gone. The world has become quiet." He opened his eyes and looked at the group of elders. "Anyone else who wants to split the assets, step forward." All the elders looked at each other in dismay. That dragon roar just now had scared them out of their wits. So who would dare to step forward and court death? Yunxiao pointed at one of them and beckoned with his finger. "You! Come out. I heard you talking about the distribution plan just now, and it seems to be very powerful. Let's talk about it in detail." "No, no." The elder was so scared that he quickly stepped back and said, "I'm not powerful at all. I was just spouting nonsense." "Oh." "Now," Yunxiao said, "I want you to tell me seriously, how should we divide the property?" The elder's expression was extremely ugly, but he quickly calmed down and said, "In my opinion, although everyone in Empyrean One Pavilion has worked hard, the only one who can be considered to have made a contribution is President Su Liani. Since she's the president, this Empyrean 1 pavilion naturally belongs to her alone. We've only helped out a little, so if you really want to distribute it, just give us a little yuan stone each year. What do you think? Right. That's right. This distribution plan is good. The rest of the people also echoed, appearing to like it very much. The president is the core of the Chamber of Commerce. He has single-handedly developed the Chamber of Commerce to its current state. If anyone wants to leave, it's already very kind of them to take some metastones. Isn't that so? There's nothing to say even if you don't give us primordial stones. After all, we've been in the Chamber of Commerce for so many years and have obtained quite a lot of resources. The president has never mistreated us. Yeah, if we still take the vitality stones away, we'll really be ashamed of being elders of Empyrean 1 Pavilion. I think we should offer some of our private collection to make up for all the years we owe the president. That's right. You've said what's in my heart. Everyone started clapping and praising the distribution plan. The old man's face turned ugly, and his wishful thinking fell through in an instant. This world still spoke with strength. Su Lieni looked at the elder's expressions. First, she was speechless. Then, she felt a deep sorrow. It was no wonder that among the 7 great merchant alliances, one of the 4 core alliances that was originally at the top would fall apart in the first batch and become the existence at the bottom. She also began to deeply blame herself and reflect on herself. It's rare for you to have such a high awareness and feelings, Xianxia said. I'm really touched. How can I not fulfill your loyalty and righteousness? Leave behind all your storage, profound level weapons and precious items, and you can leave. What? The crowd was dumbfounded. All the praises stopped and the hall fell silent. Even Su Lieni was a little dumbfounded. She looked at Xianxia with a strange expression, then at the elders. She could not help but want to laugh in her heart, but she tried her best to hold it in. Lord Cloud Sky, this is too difficult for us. An elder's expression was extremely unsightly. Xianxia's face immediately darkened as he said coldly, Difficult? Are you saying that you were lying to me? No. Everyone saw that he was about to fly into a rage, and that pressure made everyone's heart turn cold. It's just that after we take away the Xuanji storage mystic artifact, we'll be penniless, and we'll only be left with our life mystic artifact, Xuanji. What? Xianxia cried out angrily. You're left with your natal mystic artifact? Are you all deaf? Did you not hear what I said? Leave behind your storage mystic artifacts and other valuable items. Aren't life mystic artifacts supposed to be valuable? Ah! Everyone was dumbfounded and said in embarrassment, Life profound artifact, Swan and I. This Swan and I, Xianxia took a step forward, and his power was exuded without hiding. Golden light and lightning flickered, suppressing all the elders until their faces turned pale, and they dared not say anything. Do you think this young master's words are empty words? Xianxia said coldly. You're too much. Sisters, let's fight it out with this beast. An elder was so angry that he was trembling. He grabbed a lancet in the air and slashed it while shouting, At most, I'll just die. Why are you so arrogant? A killing intent flickered in Xianxia's eyes as he said coldly, Then you can go to hell. He threw out a punch, and the space kept twisting under the pressure of the fist. The blade stopped a few inches away from the fist, completely restrained by a powerful force. The elder tried his best to move, but he could not move any further. Thunder World! Break! Xianxia shouted as he spread his fingers. A thunder barrier spread out from his palm and spread out in all directions like the axis of a celestial body. Boom! The elder's body instantly exploded under the impact of the opening power of the Thunder World, and his willow leaf saber also broke with a bang. The saber was destroyed and the person died. Xianxia put away the Thunder World, and the sky turned clear again. However, there was no temperature in the Heavenly 1 Pavilion. Except for Su Lieni, everyone felt a chill. What a joke, you're talking about splitting the assets in front of me with this little strength. You even talked about it so well. Are your brains damaged? Xianxia muttered disdainfully as he glanced at the crowd, intentionally or otherwise. When the elders heard his words and saw Xianxia's eyes sweeping over them, They trembled in fear. That's right. I don't have the power. Why should I divide the Empyrean one pavilion? Isn't that courting death? One sentence made them return to the cold reality: the strong are respected, and the weak are like ants. Young Master Yunxiao, you're right. We were too muddled before. An elder hurriedly took out his storage mystic artifact and his own mystic artifact and placed them on the ground carefully. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for taking care of me for so many years, Mr. President. I'll take my leave now." She didn't want to stay any longer. She turned into a ray of light and flew away. The rest of the elders saw her leave safely and followed suit. Although it was extremely painful, it was clear that their lives were more important. With their strength, no matter which sect they joined, they would be put in an important position and would not have to worry about resources. In an instant, all the elders had left. Not a single one was left. Su Lianyi's heart was filled with melancholy as she heaved a long sigh. Suddenly, she felt that she was the only one left in the world. She felt empty and lonely. What are these inhumane subordinates doing here? Yun Xiao chuckled. They're all flying around at critical moments. What are they doing here? To train your subordinates, you have to learn from Ding Shan. Look at these people, each one more loyal than the other. The old rascal's face twitched, and he cupped his fists. Since young Master Yunxiao has messed up today's matter, I will return without any results, and the president will not blame me. I'll take my leave now. I hope young Master Yunxiao will think twice and not oppose Tianyuan Trading Company. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Yunxiao said hurriedly. I still want Lord Lai to stay for a few more days. What? Old Lai's expression changed, and he said, "What does Lord Cloud Sky mean by this?" Yunxiao sighed. I don't have a choice. Ling is still being held by Ding Shan. I want to see if I can use you to exchange for her. You're overthinking, young Master Yunxiao, Old Lai said. Miss Ling is the president's beloved daughter. It's just that she was disobedient and was imprisoned by the president. She'll be fine. I see, Yunxiao said, but I'm still not at ease. Why don't you take me there, Mr. Lai? The old man frowned. Fist salute. The place where Miss Ling is imprisoned is a secret of Tianyuan Trading Company. I'm sorry I can't follow your order. Then there's no other way, Yunxiao said. My lord, you'd better stay and have some tea. The others can go now. Although his tone was calm, as if he was chatting with you, it was so overbearing that it made people uncomfortable. At the same time, it made people feel that it was difficult to resist. The old rascal's face was filled with anger as he said in a deep voice, Young Master Yunxiao, do you really want to go against Tianyuan Trading Company? Tianyuan Trading Company has helped you a lot all this while, and we've always worked together. But today, you're going against me. I'm a little disappointed. Cold-hearted? Don't you think it's a little strange that you're saying that? Yunxiao said coldly, If Ling can't come back to see me in one piece within 3 days, I'll kill you as a sacrifice to my sword, and then I'll kill my way to Tianyuan Trading Company, rendering Ding Shan's 20-year plan useless. He turned to Tianju and said, Bring my words to Ding Shan. Tianju's heart trembled, and fear actually flashed across his cold and unfeeling Dao heart. He looked at the old rascal, asking for his opinion. The old man's face darkened, and he said after a while, You can go back first and tell the president everything that happened here. Only then did Tianju nod. With a wave of his hand, everyone turned into a silver light and shot out of the Empyrean One Pavilion, disappearing into the sky. Suddenly, Yunxiao appeared in front of the old man, then performed an incantation gesture with one hand and patted him on the chest. The old man was shocked and hurriedly retreated. He drew a circle with his hands, trying to block it, but it was to no avail. The palm hit his chest hard, like being branded by a red-hot iron. He groaned in pain, and then the pain disappeared. He lowered his head and saw that there was an array on his chest that disappeared. Soon after, he was shocked to find that the formation had appeared above his dantian. As it circulated, it continuously seeped into his limbs and bones, locking his meridians. This is the Misty Essence Lock. The old man cried out in horror, his head full of cold sweat. There were thousands of ways to seal one's origin power, but all of them were different. However, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were extremely dangerous. If the seal was not properly sealed, it could damage one's meridians and destroy the foundation of one's martial arts. In serious cases, it could cause chi deviation and cause one to die on the spot. Xianxia turned around and ignored him as he said, "Lady Lian, I have already sealed this old man's danton. Lock him up. Don't let anyone save him." Su Lian said, "Don't worry. I will personally guard this person. I'm going to reshuffle the entire Empyrean One Pavilion and form my own trusted team." The collapse of the group of elders had a great impact on her. Now, she didn't believe in anyone, and all kinds of ideas formed in her heart, planning to reorganize the Empyrean One Pavilion. "Yes, this is very important," Xianxia said. "I'm relieved to have you personally guard it. Ding Shan must still be in closed-door training to stabilize his divine transcendence realm. I'll go to the Star and Moon School." "Why are we going to the Star and Moon School?" Su Lian asked curiously. "I'm looking for a way to save Ling Xianxia said. He took a step forward and disappeared. Su Lian pondered for a while, then raised her head and stared at the old scoundrel with a cold and mocking smile. Just as she was about to sneer at him, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed, and Xianxia had returned. He stood there unmoving, as if he had never left. His expression was extremely solemn, and he had never been so serious before. "What's going on? What happened?" Su Lian was shocked. "What happened?" Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not answer. Instead, he looked up and felt the throbbing of the sky. Su Lian followed his line of sight, but she saw nothing. Just as she was about to ask, her expression suddenly changed. Her pupils contracted as she stared at the white that was slowly floating down from the sky. She cried out, "Snow!" June would never let Feishu off the hook. The old man was taken aback as well. He raised his head and looked around. Xianxia had sealed his primordial energy, and his 5 senses and 6 senses had been completely locked, so he could only see with his eyes. There was no one in the vast sky, but he could see faint snowflakes, and they were increasing in number. "Did the president come to save me?" His eyes lit up, and his face was filled with anticipation. The snowflakes continued to fall, and Xianxia was covered in a layer of white flowers, but he remained as still as a statue. Su Lian also stood quietly at the side. She was on high alert and her hands were already sweating. She didn't even know who the enemy was, and she was already so nervous. This was the first time since she was at her height that she felt an invisible pressure that made her breathing a little rapid. She stole a few glances at Xianxia, and her pretty face was devoid of any emotion in the snow. Xianxia suddenly moved, not his body, but his eyes. His pupils turned blood-red and demonic. Suddenly, snowflakes swirled in the air. In the midst of the colorful snowflakes, there was a white figure that slowly descended. The sky above the entire Empyrean One Pavilion became beautiful, as if people were returning on a snowy night. Su Lian's vigilant heart suddenly collapsed. In this snowy world, she had completely given up on any resistance. A deep sense of fear and powerlessness welled up in her heart. She even couldn't stand steadily. Old Lai's face was also pale. He knew that the person who had come was definitely not Ding Shan. No matter how much Ding Shan's strength had increased, he would not have this kind of profound intent. The white snow danced in the sky as the pure white figure landed. She was like the purest snowflake, standing quietly in the sky, never changing. Su Lian finally saw the person clearly. Her heart suddenly trembled as she cried out, "Ling Bai!" This cry seemed to have used up all her strength. She sat on the ground, paralyzed, unable to muster any strength. Ling Bai's figure blended in with the scenery in the sky. The white snow fluttered around him, and the endless sky turned into his reflection, isolated from the world. Blue veins bulged on Xiao's face, and his crescent pupils almost protruded out, taking up half of his face, making him look very strange, terrifying, and ferocious. His body finally moved, and his hands formed a seal in front of him. A wave of sword light gushed out from his body and turned into a 36 sword array, spreading out in all directions. Countless sword intents surged. He grabbed the cold sword and raised his hand. The entire earth seemed to condense into a shadow that stretched out behind him. Only the white snow and the pitch-black shadows were left in the world. Suddenly, a snowflake fell without a sound. It was the only movement in the entire world. The snowflakes themselves did not change, but they were magnified in their eyes until they saw the crystal-clear ice crystals, which was beautiful. The entire world was within this flower. I mean white snow. These 3 words came out of his thin lips, and his white clothes fell. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and his whole body trembled involuntarily. The northern heaven cold star swords around him all buzzed. The cold sword frostiness shook off a layer of frost, and then became extremely stable. The ripples in Xianxia's eyes disappeared in an instant, and they became as deep as the starry sea. All his emotions were swept away at this moment. The only things left in the world were the white snow and the sword in his hand. The 36 northern heaven frigid star swords kept on vibrating violently. Countless sword talismans and cold light gushed out and danced on the ground. They all gathered into the sword in his hand, and his sword intent surged. Bang! The sound of swords breaking rang out in the air, and all the northern heaven cold star swords were sent flying into the sky by a force. The frost on the cold sword in Xianxiao's hand also sank and instantly dimmed. There was a snowflake on the tip of the sword. It was crystal clear, as if it had always been there. It was like a piece of unpolished jade, perfect and flawless. Clang! Xianxiao's arm drooped down, and the long sword was thrust into the ground. The whole sword trembled, and the snowflakes melted into water, flowing into the ground and disappearing without a trace. The snowy sky gradually dispersed, and the clear sky returned. Everything that had happened before was like a dream, so unreal. Su Lianyi rubbed her eyes and felt a little dazed. Was what she saw just now real? She was not sure, but when she turned her head, she saw Xianxiao's face as pale as paper, and his moon-like eyes had long disappeared. His right hand, which was holding the cold sword, was trembling violently, and countless shining swords were scattered all over the place. Suddenly, Xianxiao coughed up a mouthful of blood. The bright red blood fell on the snow-white ground, which was extremely dazzling. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. It was as if a huge fear had been injected into his body and was now all released. Young Master Yun, are you all right? Su Lianyi gradually regained her strength and hurried over to help him up. Xianxiao shook his head slightly, but his face was still extremely pale. After coughing out a few mouthfuls of blood, he suddenly laughed. Hee, ha, ha ha. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth, but he couldn't help but laugh, accompanied by a violent cough. So strong, really strong. Are you trying to get back the humiliation of your defeat from me? Ha ha ha. I really want to go one step further and trample on you again. Su Lianyi's entire body turned cold when she heard that. Under that imposing aura, she couldn't even muster up the slightest bit of resistance. Yet, this person in front of her still wanted to fight. The old man's face was also pale. Under the pressure just now, he had already knelt on the ground and was still trembling. After swallowing some medicinal pills and heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Xianxiao came to his senses and put away the northern heaven cold star swords on the ground. Ling Bai is already here. Is Myriad Treasure's store still sleeping? Perhaps it won't be as intense as I imagined and will end soon. Su Lianyi was shocked. Young Master Yun, you mean Jinjin? Who knows? Xianxiao raised his eyebrows and said, no matter what, we'll have a result soon. The situation is getting more and more interesting. I must save Ling as soon as possible. That damned Ling Bai. He gritted his teeth and cursed. He had just broken through to the mid-stage 9-star Martial Emperor realm and was full of confidence. He could have broken into Tianyuan Trading Company to save the people. However, he did not expect to be seriously injured after being hit by one move. Without further delay, Xianxiao turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the courtyard of the Empyrean One Pavilion. Su Lianyi's expression was filled with complicated feelings. She couldn't calm down the emotional fluctuations in her heart. She felt as though she had just escaped from the gates of hell and had a new lease on life. Is this the power of the world's peak? She laughed bitterly and said, after so many years, I've really been a frog at the bottom of a well. Xianxia turned into a bolt of lightning and flew across the sky toward the star and moon school at an extremely fast speed. Old dragon, how was that power just now? Very strong. Much stronger than he was back then. Che Yu's voice resounded in his mind. He was very serious. Xianxia smiled and said, Ling Bai's talent is unparalleled in the world. 20 years have passed, and he must have made further progress. I really want to fight him. He could only feel his blood heating up, and his battle intent was aroused. Battle? Che Yu laughed. You're thinking too highly of yourself. Even I might not be able to defeat him. Not necessarily? TSK. You're the one who's praising yourself, aren't you? You can't win at all, you have no hope. Your sister. I have the true dragon conjured body and 2 world swords. I'll kill all gods in my way. Che Yu shouted in anger. You can't even beat Wei Qing. Xianxia snorted. You won't die if you stop bragging. Fuck you. I'm going to kill you. Che Yu shouted. A moment later, Xianxia arrived at the headquarters of the Star and Moon School. However, Han Junting was not among them. The person in charge recognized him and quickly welcomed him. Head shopkeeper went to the Myriad Treasure Tower to discuss matters. Myriad Treasure Store? Xianxia smiled in surprise. Ding Shan has stepped into the Divine Transcendence Realm and swallowed Mando and the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. What if he can't sit still anymore? TSK. With both internal and external troubles, can they force the 10,000 Treasures Tower to use all their strength? He chuckled and turned into a thunderbolt again, heading in the direction of the Myriad Treasure Tower in a flash. From time to time, there were martial artists forcibly flying with the wind in the air, all in the direction of the Myriad Treasure Tower. Everyone's expression was very serious. There were also many who came directly from the Elegant Silence Holy Land. According to the rules of Xinyan City, all the cultivators in the Holy Land of Jingya had to accept the deployment of the Merchant Union when an emergency occurred in the city. Although this rule was disgusting, it still attracted a large number of itinerant martial artists because the cultivation resources opened up in the quiet Elegance Holy Land were very attractive. In addition, there were few people in the world who dared to cause trouble in New Yen City, so this rule had never been applied. It seemed that this was the first time. Many of the ancient martial art practitioners were deeply worried because they all knew who the great enemy that New Yen City was facing at the moment was. However, the people who stayed calmed down a little when they thought of the fact that the Merchant Union was a powerful force, and even Ling Bai would not be able to win. Xianxia was also surprised. He wondered if Myriad Treasure Store had already noticed Ling Bai and had begun to gather the warriors. He caught up to a martial artist and called out, "Friend, may I ask why you're rushing to the Myriad Treasure Tower?" The man was startled by the sudden, silent voice. He hurriedly pushed back a few feet and said vigilantly, "Who are you?" Xianxia smiled in a friendly manner. "I just saw that you were in a hurry, my lord. So, I couldn't help asking someone what happened. Is Ling Bai here?" The man stared at Yunxiao's face for a long time before he suddenly cried out in shock, "Why, you are Li Yunxiao?" Yunxiao was taken aback. Then he frowned and said, "You know me?" The man became very excited and said in a trembling voice, "I know him! Back then, the battle with North Sea's Ruinxiang in Red Moon City shook the world. And you've been wanted by the Red Moon City for so long. Who in this world doesn't know you? Eh?" Yunxiao touched his chin and thought, "I've become a celebrity by accident. Should I change my appearance?" "Please don't, my idol." "You're my idol," the man quickly said. He was extremely excited as he handed over a piece of paper and said, "My idol, please give me an autograph." When the Jiang family's second young lady was looking for a spouse through martial arts, I wanted to go as well, but the gap was too big. It was all thanks to our idol that we were able to defeat the prince of the Sea Tribe and win glory for our human race. After Yunxiao gave him an autograph, he said, "May I ask if you rushed to the 10,000 Treasures building because of Ling Bai?" "That's right. It's for practicing the ancient formation. We'll use it against Ling Bai later, the man said. An ancient formation? Yun Xiao frowned. Let's not talk about the fact that most ancient arrays have been lost. Even if there are some left, they are mostly damaged. Coupled with the evolution of the laws of heaven and earth, they may not be suitable for this place. The man was stunned and shook his head. I don't understand this. With so many people going together, it must be the kind with great power. My idol, are you also going to the 10,000 Treasures Tower? That's right, Yun Xiao said. I'm going to join in the fun. I'll take my leave first. Without waiting for the other party's reply, his body disappeared in a flash, leaving only a few crackling electric arcs. An hour later, Yun Xiao revealed his true form above Myriad Treasures Tower. Immediately, countless divine senses locked onto him, and all kinds of auras came crashing down like waves. Who is it? Who are you? A stern voice rang out, and a shadow appeared in the air. It was the guardian who had appeared earlier. He was taken aback when he saw Yun Xiao, but then he waved his hand, and the pressure and countless divine senses that filled the sky immediately dispersed like a tide. The sky was extremely quiet, as if there was no one at all. So it's Lord Yun Xiao. Please come in. This person was very straightforward and didn't waste any time. He made a gesture of invitation and then disappeared in the air. Yun Xiao scanned the area with his divine sense and immediately sensed Wan Yiqian's aura. At a glance, there were only a few people walking around in the entire Myriad Treasure Tower's headquarters, carrying out daily transactions. However, under his divine sense, there were at least 100 strong auras hidden in the surroundings. There were also all kinds of dangerous ambushes, and even he could not count them all. The defense this time was obviously much stronger than the last time, and even a fly would be closely monitored. It's Fei Yang. Hurry up and come over. Wan Yiqian's voice came from afar, and he seemed a little excited. Following the voice, Yun Xiao walked down from the sky without any hindrance, and in the next moment, he appeared in the meeting hall. Wan Yiqian welcomed him with joy. There were 5 other people in the hall: Great Elder Chun Zhongxi, Han Junting, Grandma Sunflower, the sect master of money sect Xianxia, and Chen Wudi. Wan Yiqian grabbed Yun Xiao's hand and walked inside, then said happily, "Haha, you've finally appeared. Come, come. There are no outsiders here, so you must be very familiar with these few people." Among the 6, only Xianxia was unfamiliar, but he had met him several times in his previous life. Xianxia stood up and smiled. Yun Xiao smiled and nodded in response. Then, his eyes fell on Chen Wudi as he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Wudi, we meet again after our farewell." Chen Wudi panicked for a moment and hurriedly cupped his fists in return. He squeezed out a bitter smile and said, "Lord Yun Xiao is a titled martial emperor. You're flattering me by calling me brother." Chen Sheng also laughed. "Lord Yun Xiao, you can just call him Wudi. This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If he offends you in the future, I'd like to apologize here. I hope you can forgive me." Yun Xiao stopped him. "Brother Chen Sheng, you're being too polite. Young Master Wudi, you don't have to belittle yourself. Among the younger generation in the world today, you are also an outstanding person, and your future achievements will be limitless. Besides, Gu Feiyang is dead, and I'm Li Yun Xiao in this life." Chen Sheng smiled and said, "It's my son's good fortune to be able to befriend Lord Yun Xiao. Wudi, hurry up and thank Lord Cloud Sky." Chen Wudi hurriedly went up to thank him. Yun Xiao sighed in his heart. He knew that there was a huge gap between the two of them, and unless the other party caught up with him in terms of cultivation base, the sense of awe would not be eliminated. Chen Sheng stroked his beard and smiled. "I still have one thing to thank Lord Yun Xiao for. It's just that I haven't had the chance to see him in person. Today I can finally thank him in person." Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment before he understood what he meant. "You're talking about lots of money, right?" Chen Sheng was a little surprised. He didn't expect him to be able to guess it. He immediately sighed and said, "That's him. Thank you for taking care of him all this time, Lord Yun Xiao. He's still in Yanwu. I wonder if he's fine." Yun Xiao looked at him with a faint smile. He felt a little scared as he stared at Xianxia, and he tried to avoid his eyes. Yunxiao laughed. What are you talking about, President Xianxia? The money gang is spread all over the world. How can there be no spies in Yanwu? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. On the other hand, I know nothing about what's going on in the city. I should ask the president. Hee. Xianxia smiled awkwardly and stroked his beard. I also don't know. Wanyiqian saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward and quickly said, Darren is an acquaintance. There is no need to be so polite. Feiyang, where have you been these past few days? I've been trying to find you many times, but I couldn't find you. I thought you'd left the city. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at Yunxiao's face and said in surprise, You're injured. Hee. Don't worry, it's just a small injury. I got some lucky chance a few days ago, Yunxiao said. My cultivation base has improved a lot, so I went to find a place to stabilize my realm. Wanyiqian's pupils constricted, and he was secretly surprised. He could tell that Yunxiao's injury was by no means a minor one, but a direct injury to his internal organs. Clearly, it was the work of an extremely powerful expert. How many people in New Yen City could injure him to such an extent? Could it be Yingluo? He immediately thought of Ding Shan, and his heart couldn't help but be happy. If the two of them directly became enemies, that would be for the best. Feiyang, a great battle is imminent. You must not harm your body. I must rest well these few days. Wanyiqian asked with concern. Don't worry, Yunxiao said with a smile. It won't take long for me to recover from this minor injury. Only then did Wanyiqian show a relieved look and said with a serious expression, Let me ask you one thing. Has Ding Shan really entered divine transcendence? The other five also narrowed their eyes and looked over with grim expressions. Yes. Yunxiao nodded. It's true. Who? Wanyiqian let out a long breath. The complicated expression on his face suddenly became calm. After thinking for a while, he seemed to be a little irritated and kept pacing back and forth in the hall. The other five people also wore solemn expressions and seemed to be deep in thought. It was a big deal for a warrior to enter the divine transcendence, even in the realm of heavenly martial arts, not to mention that it was such a critical moment in the Merchant Union. Wanyiqian seemed to be talking to himself as he kept whispering, How is this possible? How is this possible? How can this be? It doesn't make any sense. Everyone present could hear it clearly. Han Junting still looked like an old man and asked, Tower Lord, why not? Wanyiqian was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, It's nothing. Feiyang, you were one of the participants. Can you describe the situation in detail? Yunxiao explained everything in detail, including the identities of Ding Peng and Ding Ling. However, he kept Kanggu Qiong's matter a secret. The six people's faces were all covered with a layer of ice, and their eyes flashed with anger. The deaths of Zhu Qishui and Su Wansen made their faces extremely ugly. Although everyone was competing with each other and even fighting to the death many times, they had fought for many years after all. At this moment, when they heard such a tragic death, they all felt a sense of sympathy. Wanyiqian nodded slightly. Yunxiao's description was exactly the same as what he had heard. After all, many people had escaped back then, so it was easy to know the details. If we really had to fight, would you have been able to defeat Ding Shan? Han Junting asked. You're joking, chief shopkeeper, Yunxiao said with a smile. You're right. How can I possibly win when I'm suppressed by my cultivation level? Ding Shan wanted to kill you, Wanyiqian suddenly said. A mysterious person appeared and stopped him. Do you know who it was? His eyes shone as he stared at Yunxiao. The information collected by all parties was exactly as Yunxiao had said, but no one knew who the mysterious man was. Yunxiao pretended to be deep in thought and said, I have a guess, but I can't be sure. This is a matter of great importance, so you can't simply talk about it. Wanyiqian was upset, but he still said indifferently, Since that's the case, I can't force you. Since Ding Shan has already entered the divine transcendence realm, he will naturally become the peak force in the fight against Ling Bai. I've sent people to visit him several times, but they all said that he's still in seclusion. It was understandable if he was really in seclusion, But in the past few days, Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce had almost swallowed up the Mando Chamber of Commerce and the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce, and a large area of the Heavenly One Pavilion had also been swallowed up by them. That's why I suspect that he's using seclusion as an excuse to expand his territory, Yunxiao said in his heart. What do you plan to do with 1,000 yuan? Wan Yiqian said seriously. The merchant union is one. We advance and retreat together. I have to ask clearly, what does Ding Shan want to do? Is he trying to split the merchant union or something? At this critical juncture, I will not allow such internal strife to happen. The 6 of them thought to themselves, 2 out of the 7 merchant alliances have already been devoured, and internal strife is still not allowed. As for what Ding Shan wanted to do at this time, even a blind man could see it. However, these were all thoughts in everyone's heart, and no one could say it out loud. That's right, Qian Sheng echoed. That's why we're gathered here to discuss countermeasures. We want to ask Ding Shan for an explanation. Yunxiao thought to himself, since they didn't even invite Su Lianyi, it's clear that the Empyrean One Pavilion is indeed of no importance in their eyes. So, are you planning to go to their door and force them to abdicate? Wan Yiqian nodded. That's right. We don't have much time left. We must get to the bottom of this today. When I came here, I saw many warriors gathering, Yunxiao said. I heard that they are going to practice the ancient array. Wan Yiqian said, that's right, I just got the news. Ling Bai would probably arrive at New Yen City in a few days, so he had to hurry up and practice the formation. This is also the reason why I'm anxious for Ding Shan to express his position. Fei Yang, I need your help. His gaze was very sincere. Yunxiao thought that Ling Bai had come here, but instead of going straight to Myriad Treasure's store, he had played a trick on him first. It was obvious that he did not take Myriad Treasure's store seriously at all, or perhaps he was waiting for this ancient great array or something. One side was like facing a great enemy, while the other side was like playing around. The winner was obvious. Yunxiao sighed and said, all right, I'll help you, but I have 2 conditions. Say it. Even if it's 200, as long as I can do it, I'll definitely agree. Wan Yiqian was overjoyed and patted her chest as she promised. First, Yunxiao said, I want you to help me get Ding Linger out. Wan Yiqian said seriously, as long as Ding Linger is fine, I will try my best to negotiate with Ding Shan. If the negotiation fails, I'll save Ding Linger even if I have to destroy Tianyuan Trading Company. Yunxiao was very satisfied. Second, I've been looking for 2 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I wonder if Myriad Treasure Store has them. Wan Yiqian laughed and said, don't you know Myriad Treasure Store? As long as there is something in this world, I most likely have it. The iron of Earth's core and the extreme heavenly ice essence, Yunxiao said. It's them. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. Han Junting and Qian Sheng also frowned, as if they were thinking about these 2 things. Even with their vast experience, they had never heard of it. Wan Yiqian's face turned serious. Forgive me for saying more, but I don't know what Fei Yang wants these 2 things for. Only ancient recipes can use this. You're right, Yunxiao said in delight. Does Myriad Treasure Store really have it? Wan Yiqian pondered for a moment and said, the geocentric iron is also known as the eternal wood. It was a very common raw material in ancient times. Later, it was basically extinct. Only some tyrannical roots were buried deep in the earth and turned into an existence as hard as iron, so it was called the geocentric iron. Yunxiao was a little surprised. When I heard about the eternal wood, I didn't know what it was at all. 1,000 is far better than me in identifying heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Wan Yiqian laughed. Fei Yang, you're being too modest. As the president of the number 1 chamber of commerce in the world, it's natural that you know a few things. The Myriad Treasure Store does indeed have a small section of the eternal wood, but not a lot. Yunxiao was overjoyed. He did not expect Myriad Treasure Store to have the 2 most troublesome raw materials for refining divine steel. Where is the extreme heavenly ice essence? He asked. Wan Yiqian's expression became a little strange. After a while, he said, the extreme heaven ice essence you're talking about is the ice soul essence from the extreme north's small icy sky. Yes, Yunxiao said. This is it. Wan Yiqian shook his head and said, Fist salute. This thing doesn't exist in the world anymore. Even the myriad treasure store doesn't have it. And I dare say that it no longer exists in this world. Unless we can find the little frozen sky of the extreme north that was lost in the past. Yunxiao looked a little disappointed, but he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. At that time, he had asked Yuan Gaohan, and although the other party had also insisted that there was no such thing, he had some clues. As long as there was a slight possibility, it was worth a try. There's one thing that's already beyond my expectations, he still said contentedly. Wan Yiqian said, All right, Feiyang, you'll help me overcome my sadness. I'll help you find Ding Ling and give you the Wood of Eternity. He whispered a few words to Chen Zhongxi and discussed the matter of transferring the Eternal Tree. This kind of heavenly treasure was rare in the world, and even as the president, he could not easily obtain it. The two of them discussed for a while before Chen Zhongxi took his leave. Yunxiao's eyes shone with a hot light. According to Ling Mudi, even without the extreme heavenly ice essence, he could still use the remaining materials to refine subgrade divine steel. Finally, with the blood of true spirit and the extreme heavenly ice essence, the grade of the refined product would be raised one step further, and it would be condensed into the hardest metal in this world divine steel. He thought of Luo Qingyun. He had to find a way to obtain the true spirit blood from him. His dragon blood was the most precious bloodline in the world. After Wan Yiqian made the arrangements, he said, Let's not delay any further. Let's go now to avoid any more trouble. If we can't resolve this before Ling Bai arrives, the situation will become even more serious. Everyone was a nimble person. After leaving the hall, many experts quickly came to welcome them. Then, dozens of beams of light shot into the sky and headed toward Tianyuan Trading Company. Many people saw the large number of spots of light in the sky and felt the extremely strong pressure. They were so shocked that they ran back into their houses or ran around, not daring to stay alone on the streets. The group of people arrived at the headquarters of Tianyuan Trading Company an hour later. However, they seemed to be blocked by a force and flew slowly. Wan Yiqian was the first to stop. Stop, he said. There's a barrier. Everyone stood in the air and looked down coldly. What a strong barrier, Chen Sheng sneered. Who is Ding Shan guarding against? Some people in Tianyuan Trading Company had already noticed the situation outside. They were so scared that they ran inside when they saw the powerful figures in the sky. You may leave, Wan Yiqian said. Everyone landed in front of the Chamber of Commerce, and Wan Yiqian shouted, Ding Shan, quickly come out. Don't even think about hiding today. His voice passed through the barrier and entered the room. A moment later, a lazy voice replied, So many good friends have come to visit this old man. I'm really grateful. Don't worry, I've only been in closed-door cultivation for a few days. I'm fine, so there's no need to worry. Humph. I'm not worried about you. You're still not coming out? Do you want us to break your barrier and pull you out? Wan Yiqian said coldly without any trace of politeness. After a while, a group of people slowly walked out of the gate of Tianyuan Trading Company, as if they knew that they couldn't hide anymore. The leader wore a crown on his head, looking refreshed and had the appearance of a grandmaster. It was Ding Shan, and his aura was completely different from his previous plain and simple demeanor. If he had concealed his strength and concealed his abilities before, then at this moment he was like a dragon in the field. Behind Ding Shan was a golden edge and a silver light, and Tian Ju, who had just been released by Yunxiao, was also among them. The crowd was fearless. After they strode out, Ding Shan and Tianju's eyes actually ignored Wan Yiqian and fell on Yunxiao first. Their pupils constricted, but they quickly regained their calm expressions. Wan Yiqian sneered, Finally willing to come out? I thought that Lord Ding Shan was cultivating the ninja turtle technique and was going to lie low for a few thousand years. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter, their eyes filled with mockery. Heaven Sense and the rest's faces all changed abruptly, each and every one of them showing anger on their faces, killing intent gradually surging up. Ding Shan raised his arm, signaling them to calm down. He then swept his lazy gaze across everyone and said, "It's 1:15 now, and the weather is hot. Everyone has worked so hard to come here. Have you all eaten?" Wan Yiqian, Ing Luo. Yunxiao smiled and touched his belly as he said, "I've eaten. I'm full. Have you guys eaten?" Ahem. Ding Shan clenched his fist to his lips and coughed twice. He didn't expect to be asked a question in return, so he said somewhat embarrassedly, "I just ate." Everyone was floored. Wan Yiqian's face had a faint anger. He had gathered so many people, but the atmosphere had suddenly become strange and ridiculous. He immediately felt embarrassed and shouted, "Ding Shan, what the hell are you doing? The merchant union has always been one, but you've taken advantage of the crisis to swallow the other two families. What are you doing? You must give us an explanation today." Ding Shan raised his eyelids and said in surprise, "What? Swallow the other two? Who slandered me like this? I'm more wronged than Do-yi." Wan Yiqian said coldly, "Stop acting. Everyone knows what you've done." Under the pretense of alchemy, he deceived 18 world-famous masters and used despicable tricks to drain their true essence. Truly outrageous. I'm outrageous? Humph, you're the one who has to take responsibility for those 18 experts. What if... Ding Shan sneered and said, "If you hadn't deliberately tampered with the pill formula, the situation of refining failure wouldn't have occurred, and such a serious accident wouldn't have happened." What? Everyone was shocked, and they all looked at Wan Yiqian. Could it be that the pill recipe was his and he had tampered with it? Yunxiao was also taken aback for a moment, but he immediately understood. It was no wonder that Wan Yiqian was so convinced that the alchemy was bound to fail and was so dejected after Ding Shan stepped into divine transcendence. "What do you mean? You actually dare to slander people in front of the world, calling a deer a horse, and reversing black and white?" Wan Yiqian flew into a rage and threw the crimson dragon staff on the ground. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. "Hee. I'm slandering you and turning black into white?" Ding Shan sneered. "Back then, which despicable fellow deliberately let me obtain it and changed all the key parts? You thought I didn't know? Hee. If it weren't for my great talent, I would have been destroyed during the refining process." Wan Yiqian's expression changed slightly, and he said coldly, "What a joke. What do you mean by deliberately letting you get it? It wasn't easy for me to get that pill recipe, and there's no way to tell if it's real or fake. When it was stolen, I was furious and searched the entire city, but to no avail. It turns out that it was stolen by a despicable villain like you, and you even said that the pill refining was an accident? Shameless." Ding Shan spread his hands and said, "All right, say whatever you want. The heartbreaking thing has already happened. Although I'm also at fault, my original intention was for everyone's good. I didn't expect this situation to happen. Now that it's like this, we can only let the dead die and the living should be encouraged." Everyone was speechless. They had never seen such a shameless person before. He was clearly the instigator, but he had become the victim. Wan Yiqian was also stunned and didn't know what to say. Yunxiao also felt a little helpless. Such a person was like a piece of soft candy that you could not crush no matter how hard you pinched him. He was lazy and soft, making you feel uncomfortable. Lord Ding Shan was right. The dead are gone, and the living should be encouraged. I wonder how Darren plans to encourage? Ding Shan said unhurriedly. Naturally, I'm doing my best to run the Chamber of Commerce and give back to everyone. As for Zhu Qishui and Su Wanson who died in this accident, I will take good care of the Chamber of Commerce for them so that they can leave without worry. Everyone felt a suffocating feeling in their chest, and they couldn't let it out. That's good, Wan Yiqian said coldly. Now that you've gathered more than half of the 7 council members of the Business Alliance, I hope that President Ding Shan can spare some time to lead the Business Alliance to deal with the upcoming crisis. Ling Bai? Ding Shan asked. Yes, Wan Yiqian said. Ding Shan smiled and said, Ling Bai was provoked by Myriad Treasure Store. What does it have to do with the Merchant Union? The Tianyuan Trading Company is willing to offer 100 million supreme-grade primordial stones and 100 pieces of profound-level weapons to support you as a token of our sincerity. Wan Yiqian's face darkened, and killing intent shot out of his eyes. He said coldly, "As expected, you're raising a tiger to cause trouble. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. There are only two paths in front of you now, either surrender or die." He couldn't argue with the other party. What if Qian ran out of patience and directly laid his cards on the table? He said coldly, "If you don't know what's good for you, I'll have to deal with the foreign forces first." "What?" Ding Shan's brows raised slightly, and he said, "Are the 1,000 lords trying to kill each other and exhaust their strength? If we don't go the same way, how can we kill each other?" Wan Yiqian said coldly. In case Qian directly laid his cards on the table, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Ding Shan's frivolous appearance also restrained a bit, and a cold glint constantly flickered in his eyes. Qian Sheng also spoke up, "Ding Shan, this is your fault. We've been together for many years, and we've always been happy. You've taken over the Mando, Thunderwind, and Tianyi business alliances, taking up half of the power of the business alliance. Now that we're facing a great enemy together, you actually want to stay out of it. This is too unreasonable." Ding Shan said, "Mando, I'm only helping them manage the thunder and wind chambers of commerce. It's too hurtful to say that I'm annexing them. As for the Empyrean One Pavilion, they have already rejected my good intentions and sided with young Master Yunxiao." "Eh? There's such a thing?" Qian Shang was taken aback as he looked at Yunxiao. Wan Yiqian and the others were also a little surprised, and their eyes revealed a look of inquiry. "From the conversation just now, I can see that Lord Ding Shan's logic is rigorous," Yunxiao said with an embarrassed smile. "How could he have made such a basic language mistake? I was invited by Lady Su Liani of the Empyrean One Pavilion to help them fend off the strong enemies and protect myself." "Oh, I wonder where that powerful enemy is now," Ding Shan said in a daze. "He's probably in the dungeon of the Empyrean One Pavilion," Yunxiao said. "Who knows?" Ding Shan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness, and he said, "It's a pity that young Master Yunxiao treats my left and right arms as enemies. I hope that we can let go of our past grudges and try to look forward. Otherwise, if fate ends early, I'm afraid my daughter will be very sad." Yunxiao's face darkened as he said, "Where is Ling Er now?" "He should be in Tianyuan Trading Company, who knows?" Ding Shan said. The two of them were at loggerheads, and Yunxiao's killing intent gradually grew stronger. He didn't care about Ling Bai, the business alliance, or the world. If Ding Shan refused to hand over Ding Ling Er, he would certainly turn Tianyuan Trading Company upside down. When Wan Yiqian saw that Yunxiao was really angry, he was overjoyed and said, "Fei Yang, don't waste your breath on him. Now we can suppress him and then let our men slaughter Tianyuan Trading Company. We will definitely be able to save Miss Ling Er." "Humph, a bloodbath?" Ding Shan said angrily. "What if the enemy is right in front of you? You really dare to mess around?" Wan Yiqian sneered and said, "Don't think that just because I'm focused on dealing with Ling Bai, I have no time to deal with you. You can use this opportunity to make it big and defeat me. I'll tell you the truth. I didn't expect you small fries to be of any use. Now that you can't hold back and jumped out first, I'll use your head to calm the hearts of the people." At his command, the crowd immediately rushed forward and surrounded Ding Shan and the entire Tianyuan Trading Company. Ding Shan was furious, and the aura on his body spread out. Instantly, the sky and earth surged, and the terrifying power set off chi waves, forcing everyone to retreat. Everyone revealed a look of fear, not daring to move forward. "I've already stepped over the shackles of the martial Tao. There really aren't many people who dare to say they'll kill me these few days." He was full of confidence as he stared coldly at Wan Yiqian. The latter's eyes had a hint of seriousness. This power was indeed divine transcendence. Although it was still at the elementary level, it would be very difficult to kill him. Ding Shan sneered. "What's wrong? You're not going to fight? If you really want to force me to my death, then don't blame me for joining forces with Ling Bai to destroy your 10,000 treasures tower." "How dare you?" Wan Yiqian shouted angrily. He was still hesitating at first, but after hearing these words, it seemed that he had touched his reverse scale and shouted, "This time, Even if Ling Bai wins, I will get rid of you first. The crimson dragon staff in his hand turned red, and that light wrapped around his body. Circles of red light spread out, as if countless dragon shadows were flying in the surroundings, suppressing Ding Shan's aura in an instant. Divine transcendence. Although everyone was shocked, they were still calm. After all, the leader of the merchant union was the richest man in the world. If he didn't have the strength to challenge Ling Bai, he wouldn't be able to match up. Ding Shan was finally moved. He said coldly, "You really dare to make a move? I don't believe it." As he formed a hand seal, streaks of colorful auroras flew up and revolved around his body. The flame instantly rose and pushed away the 1,000 scarlet dragon power. The two terrifying forces clashed in the air, and the space was constantly distorted. The surrounding people retreated 1,000 feet in shock, not daring to get close. Just the might of the spirit pressure alone was enough to make people's hearts palpitate with fear. If a battle were to break out, there was a 100% chance that the bystanders would be implicated. Only Yun Xiao and the others were still standing in the distance, watching coldly with their arms crossed over their chests. Yun Xiao also put his hands together and transformed them into swords, sending out fierce sword chi. He knew the identity of the man behind Ding Shan, so he had to be on guard against Kangwu Qiong's appearance. If Kangwu Qiong didn't show up, he wouldn't mind joining forces with Wan Yiqian to kill Ding Shan. Wan Yiqian's face became extremely calm, and his eyes flashed with pride. He laughed and said, "Ding Shan, you think too highly of yourself, and you overestimate yourself. You've always kept a low profile. How could you be so high profile? It seems that after stepping into divine transcendence, you've become so arrogant that you don't even recognize yourself. Expansion can make a person go crazy until death." His right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. A red light flashed on his arm. The scarlet dragon scepter in his left hand immediately transformed into a dragon and coiled up his arm. With a roar, he charged forward. "Oh woo!" A dragon's roar resounded in the sky above Tianyuan Trading Company. The entire space was rippling under the dragon's roar. The surrounding people covered their ears as their expressions changed. However, it was useless. The sound wave didn't seem to enter his ears. It resounded directly in his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, shaking his soul. Ding Shan's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but take a step back. He was also furious and shouted, "Since that's the case, even if I can't kill you, I'll make you pay a heavy price." His 5 fingers formed a series of hand seals, and 9 streams of aurora light gathered in the palm of his hand. He suddenly slapped out, and a power that could penetrate the heavens and earth spewed out. 9 aurora vortexes appeared in front of him, constantly devouring the power of the scarlet dragon. Even the dragon's roars were suppressed outside the vortexes, constantly being transmitted over. The sky instantly split into 2 distinct halves, and the terrifying pressure collapsed in the middle. It was as if the sky had burst its banks and the Milky Way had descended from the 9 heavens. Even Han Junting, Qian Shang, and the others were shocked and took a step back. Not to mention those ordinary martial artists. Each and every one of them was silent like cicadas in winter, their whole body soaked in cold sweat. Was this the power of divine transcendence? If the 2 of them were so powerful, how terrifying would Ling Bai be? For a moment, everyone was filled with worry about the future. Suddenly, 2 discordant voices rang out in the air, unaffected by the spiritual pressure, spreading wantonly in the air and clearly falling into everyone's ears. They're really fighting. Who do you think will win? It's definitely 1,000. This old man has hidden his strength very well. In all these years, no one has seen his true strength, and he even dared to declare war against Ling Bai. His strength is most likely not weaker than Ling Bai's. That makes sense, but I still think more highly of Ding Shan. Don't be fooled by his gentle and weak appearance. He's not careless at all when it comes to sucking people's true chi and bone marrow. Such a ruthless person won't be defeated so easily. So what if you're ruthless? If you don't have enough strength, you'll just be a dish for others. If you're so capable, go drink with it. If you can do it, then go. If not, don't talk big. You speak as if you're very powerful. If you're powerful, then go. You go, you go. You go. Of course you should go. As the two of them argued with red faces, the originally nervous martial arts competition suddenly became calm. Not far away, a fat and a thin man had appeared. They were quarreling with each other and were about to fight. When Wan Yiqian and Ding Shani saw these two people, their expressions changed slightly, and they withdrew the aura on their bodies at the same time. However, they still looked at each other coldly, not willing to accept each other. When Yun Xiao saw the two men, he also withdrew his sword and said with a frown, "You two idiots! Where's Ao Chongkong?" Everyone gasped and looked at the fat and thin man in shock. Could it be that these two men were related to the number one titled martial sovereign in the world? One must know that Ao Chongkong was a very mysterious person. He was not famous decades ago, but he had suddenly risen like a comet and shocked the world in one fell swoop. After that, he disappeared like air, and no one knew about him anymore. Was he going to appear again now? The fat and thin duo immediately stopped quarreling and looked over. "You're really Gu Feiyang?" asked the fat monk in a strange tone. "That's weird. He's clearly dead. How can his soul reincarnate? What's going on?" The skinny monk laughed and clapped his hands. "Haha, you don't understand. It's an evil art with a very low success rate. Humph, how could I not know about taking over an innate fetus? But he's obviously not one of them." The fat monk was furious. Yun Xiao was taken aback. For the first time in so many years, someone could tell that he was not as simple as possessing an innate fetus. He could not help but think a little higher of the fat monk in front of him. Although the intelligence of these two men was worrying, their strength and vision were still good. "Why not?" The skinny man laughed. "It was obviously, haha, embarrassing. Please don't tell anyone that you know me. I can't afford to lose face like this." The fat monk blushed, but he still shook his head and mumbled, "Strange. It's really strange. Fat and thin Duda. Where is Lord Ao Chongkong?" Wan Yiqian asked. "Maybe it's in this city. Who knows?" The skinny monk chuckled. Wan Yiqian's expression changed slightly, and the others were also shocked. But these two fools spoke in a crazy manner, so they didn't know if they were telling the truth. "If he didn't come out to meet you, what are you two doing here?" Wan Yiqian frowned and asked. "We're here to stop you guys from fighting," the skinny monk said. Everyone was a little dizzy. These two lunatics almost fought themselves, so what was there to persuade? Wan Yiqian also found it funny and said, "You want to stop the fight with your weak strength? You don't have to rely on your strength to stop a fight," the fat monk hurriedly shouted. He pointed at his head and said, "It's intelligence." Wan Yiqian, Ing Luo, Qian Shang couldn't help but laugh. "The two of you have extraordinary intelligence. I wonder how you can stop the fight." "Didn't you see?" Fatso chuckled. "When the two of us appeared, Wan Yiqian and Ding Shan naturally stopped. This is intelligence." Everyone was speechless. After thinking about it carefully, it was true. They didn't know if these two people were really stupid or just pretending. "The internal strife of the merchant union has nothing to do with you two idiots," Wan Yiqian said angrily. "I wonder who's the idiot here. Ling Bai has already entered the city, and you're still causing trouble here. You're just digging your own grave," the shorty said. "What?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. Wan Yiqian's entire body trembled as he said in shock, "Is this true? How did you guys know?" "I saw him fighting with Li Yunxiao in the Empyrean 1 pavilion," said the fat monk. "He's in the Empyrean 1 pavilion. Yunxiao. He. Everyone's eyes fell on Yunxiao, but they were mostly filled with shock. "You idiot," Yunxiao scolded. "You idiot. I was so focused on dealing with Ling Bai that I didn't notice you hiding nearby. Otherwise, I would have dragged you out and beaten you up." "Feiyang, could it be true?" Wan Yiqian was shocked. "I did meet Ling Bai in the Empyrean 1 pavilion," Yunxiao said embarrassedly. "I even exchanged a blow with him." Wan Yiqian's expression changed drastically. With a reproachful look on his face, he asked very unhappily, "What's the result?" "The result was that I was seriously injured and he left," Yunxiao said. "He left. What do you think of his strength? Xianxia asked. Strong, Yunxiao said with a serious expression. Much stronger than when we fought back then. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. Don't worry, everyone, Yunxiao said with a smile. I know 1,000 people. He won't do anything he's not confident in. I'm sure he already has a complete plan. Humph. Who would dare to say that they have absolute confidence in dealing with Ling Bai? Obviously, Wan Yiqian was angry that Yunxiao did not tell him about such a big matter. But Ling Bai is so conceited that he did not show up even after coming. Obviously, he will wait until the beheading meeting 3 days later. What's the beheading conference? Yunxiao was stunned. Everyone was even more shocked. Qiansheng was speechless. You don't even know about the beheading conference? Yunxiao shook his head and said, Whose head? Ling Bai. Qiansheng explained, Dongmen Yuan, who is ranked second among the Death God's 8 guardians, died in Red Moon City that day. He's now under the control of Myriad Treasure Tower. They plan to execute him 3 days later. This was also the reason why Lord Qian was certain that Ling Bai would come. It's because Ling Bai is arrogant and conceited. Wan Yiqian sneered. Now it seems that you're really conceited. Then I will set up a formation 3 days later and send him to the west. That's right. It's such a big deal and you're still playing around here. According to the information I've received, in order to teach you a lesson, Ling Bai is planning to use a bamboo pole to stick the heads of the 7 leaders of the merchant union up and put them at the city gate as a warning to others. What the fuck? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. When they thought of that scene, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, and they were scared even before the battle. Ding Shan's expression also changed drastically, and he said sternly, Skinny monk, where did you get the information? I can't tell you that. The skinny monk covered his mouth with his hands and said, Believe it if you want, get lost if you don't. However, you won't be able to leave New Yen City either, because Ling Bai wants your head too. Haha, why can't I? The fat monk laughed. Tell them that I'm the one who asked around and let them know how powerful I am. However, in my opinion, Ling Bai's idea cannot be realized. Oh? Are you that confident in the merchant union? In the past, there would be 7 heads on the bamboo pole at the city gate in 3 days. The skinny monk rolled his eyes and said in disdain. Wan Yiqian and the others' expressions changed drastically. They glared at the skinny monk with anger on their faces. Why don't we make a bet? Chubby Tua laughed. The loser will have to be a grandson, and in the future, he will have to lie on the ground and be a mount for the winner. The skinny monk shuddered and said in shock, What a vicious bet! What makes you so confident? Why don't you tell me? Wan Yiqian sneered and said, Skinny monk, be careful of what you say. How can you think with your dumb donkey brain? Fatty Toyu Tuo's IQ was still higher, and he was insightful. They've always been inseparable, so why is there such a big difference in their intelligence? Haha! Lord 1000 is right. The fat monk laughed proudly. Zhu Qishui and Su Wanxin were already dead, and their bodies were burned by Ding Shan. Even if Ling Bai was extremely capable, he would not be able to gather all 7 heads. Therefore, I believe that only 5 heads can hang on the bamboo pole at the city gate in 3 days. Wan Yiqian, Ing Luo. It's true. The skinny monk was shocked and quickly said, TSK. Luckily we didn't bet. He placed his hands on his chest, his face full of fear and lingering fear. Wan Yiqian shouted angrily, You 2 idiots. Get lost within 3 breaths. Otherwise, I'll hang your heads on the city gate. The violent energy in his body directly transformed into 2 bright red blade auras, which mercilessly chopped toward the 2 people's heads. The fat and thin Duda were shocked. They both shouted and turned into a ray of light, escaping without a trace. Boom! The 2 blade auras missed and lifted countless black bricks on the ground. 2 terrifying cracks appeared in the distance. Please calm down, my lord, Xianxia said. Don't be angered by those 2 idiots. The most important thing now is to practice the formation and make sure that we can kill Ling Bai. Wan Yiqian was obviously very angry. After his chest heaved up and down violently for a while, he gradually calmed down. He turned around and said, Ding Shan, you also heard what I said just now. You and I are already on the same boat. You are a smart person, so you should know what to do. If the fat and thin dude didn't say it, I would have thought that you were deliberately trying to provoke me, Ding Shan slowly said. With Ling Bai's personality, he would definitely do such a thing. I have no choice but to join forces with you to resist the enemy. With Brother Ding Shan's sincere participation, our chances of winning have increased, Xianxia said, overjoyed. Wan Yiqin nodded and said, Yes, Ding Shan's strength can indeed be of great use. The premise is to be sincere. If you still play tricks at this time, it's no different from courting death. Ding Shan sneered, Don't worry just because it's a 1000% chance. I can still distinguish what's more important. I'm confident in dealing with you, but I can't be careless in dealing with Ling Bai. Wan Yiqin snorted heavily and said, That's good. Let's go back now and start setting up the formation. 3 days later, he won't be able to return. I'm very curious about the fat and thin dude's behavior, Yunxiao suddenly said. It's impossible for them to come to New Yen City for no reason and communicate with you. It's likely that Ao Changkong is here as well. What is his purpose? That's right. This matter is indeed worth discussing. However, I don't have time to think about it anymore. Let's deal with Ling Bai first. Yunxiao nodded, then turned his eyes to Ding Shan and said coldly, Where's Linger? If you don't bring Linger out today, I don't care if you're on the same side, or if you're Ling Bai Yi or Ling Hei Yi. I'll definitely destroy your Tianyuan trading company. Ding Shan's face sank, and his anger was evident on his face. Wan Yiqin recalled the conditions he had promised Yunxiao, and immediately said, Ding Shan, that Ding Linger is not your daughter, and she is in love with Fei Yang. Why don't you fulfill their wishes and help them? Of course, we can help them, Ding Shan said, but Li Yunxiao has never been tactful. The door of Tianyuan Trading Company is always open to him. What a joke, Yunxiao said coldly. Since Ling is not your daughter, I will naturally take her away. What does this have to do with your Tianyuan Trading Company? Ding Shan, I don't have time to chat with you. I can't take Ling away today. I'll kill the old rascal first, and then raise Tianyuan Trading Company to the ground. Impudent! Do you really think you're martial sovereign vanquisher? Ding Shan was furious and shouted. You can try if you want. Yunxiao did not give in at all. There are many people in this world who can stop me. But you, Ding Shan, are definitely not one of them. How arrogant! I'll see how powerful martial emperor vanquisher is. Ding Shan turned hostile on the spot and pointed his finger over. A yellow light broke out from the tip of his finger and pierced through the space. Dang! Wan Yiqin raised his red dragon staff and blocked the finger radiance. He advised, We're in a critical moment right now, so why should we panic over an irrelevant woman? Ding Shan, don't be silly. Ding Shan's face was extremely gloomy. How could he not know the reason? However, he was already a divine transcendence expert, yet he was still threatened by a martial supreme. Moreover, he was in front of so many people, which made him unable to vent his anger. Tianjue, bring that girl to him and get the old rascal back. Ding Shan flicked his sleeves and left, obviously extremely angry. Yunxiao was relieved to see him compromise. He was not afraid of fighting Ding Shan, but he did not know Ding Linger's whereabouts, so he was afraid that Ding Shan would put her in more danger. But now it seemed that he had made the right bet. The current result was a happy ending for everyone. Wan Yiqin left with everyone and began to practice the formation. Yunxiao, on the other hand, followed Tianjue to exchange for someone else. Ding Shan returned to the headquarters and directly walked into a secret room. It was unknown whether it was an illusion or reality, but it was actually a forest. There was a trickle of water inside, and a stone path led to a thatched cottage. Kanggu Qiong was reading a scroll in front of the cottage, and incense was burning. The fat and thin Duda has also come to New Yen City. Ding Shan sat down at the stone table, picked up the teapot and poured himself some tea. The clear green tea overflowed with spiritual energy, refreshing one's heart. Kanggu Cheong was unmoved. He turned the page gently and said, "The whole world is paying attention to the incident in New Yen City. I won't be surprised no matter who it is." "Oh? What do you think of the current situation?" Ding Shan picked up a cup of fragrant tea and drank it in one gulp. There was a smile on his face, and there was no trace of the sullen expression from before. It was as if he was a completely different person. Kanggu Cheong put down the book and chuckled. "You're quite scheming. You pretend to be all-powerful and arrogant outside, but in fact you're meticulous and careful. Even when you've stepped into the divine transcendence, you're neither humble nor arrogant. You're really terrifying. The more you lose, the more you gain. I understand this principle." Ding Shan lightly savored the fragrant tea and said with a smile, "There are many people in this world who are far superior to me, so I have nothing to be proud of." Kanggu Cheong also picked up his teacup and blew at the hot steam. He took a sip and said, "It's important to have self-awareness. Unfortunately, there aren't many people like this." Ding Shan smiled bitterly and said, "With self-awareness, one can live a little longer at most. Only with absolute strength can one stand tall." I wanted to stay out of it, but the fat and thin Duda said that Ling Bai wanted to behead the 7 presidents of the Merchant Union. This is such an unexpected disaster, and I can't avoid it even if I wanted to. Didn't you strongly agree to deal with Ling Bai? Kanggu Cheong laughed. That's to cover up the alchemy matter, Ding Shan said. To let the Myriad Treasure Tower make full preparations for the battle and have no time to worry about me. Otherwise, with my personality, how could I do such a reckless move? Kanggu Cheong nodded and said, "This is indeed a good opportunity. Otherwise, why would Wan Yiqian keep an eye on him when he gathered 18 9-star martial emperors to refine pills? However, there's no way out now. We can only take one step at a time." "Do you think we can beat Ling Bai?" Ding Shan asked. "Not us, you guys," Kanggu Cheong replied. "It was naturally possible if they worked together. Wan Yiqian's power was very strong, and he wasn't alone. Moreover, even if it's you, Ding Shan, I can't see through you completely." "You must be joking, Lord Kanggu Cheong," Ding Shan laughed. "I'm just a merchant without any backing. I've only managed to get to where I am today carefully by myself. In addition to your support and your own good fortune, you have crossed the threshold of martial arts. Even so, in front of the truly powerful people like you, you are just an ant." Kanggu Cheong's eyes glowed as he stared at him and said, "It's precisely because you don't have any backing that you've managed to reach this stage by concealing your strength and biding your time. If there's anyone in the Merchant Union that I'm afraid of, it's you and Wan Yiqian." "What if Qianyi is so powerful that he can make you fear him?" Ding Shan asked in surprise. "Wan Yiqian's background isn't small," Kanggu Cheong said with a smile. "You'll know if there's a chance in the future." "Fine, since my lord doesn't want to say, there must be a secret," Ding Shan said. "I'm only thinking about how to survive this crisis." "You're more than capable of protecting yourself," Kanggu Cheong said with a smile. As for the fat and thin Duda, Ao Chongkong was most likely here to watch the show. After all, if they spread the word that they're going to encircle and annihilate Ling Bai, it'll be a major event that will shake the world. Who wouldn't want to come and see it? "We can only take one step at a time," Ding Shan sighed. "It's a pity that Ding Ling is an excellent chess piece to control Li Yunxiao, but she has completely lost her effectiveness after what happened." Kanggu Cheong's expression turned serious for the first time. "Li Yunxiao, don't touch him for the time being. This man has the will of heaven, and he is very strange. I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult to kill him. Looking at Sir's appearance, could it be that you also have an idea?" Ding Shan's heart moved slightly. Kanggu Cheong raised his head and looked at him. The solemnness on his face disappeared, and he smiled. "Ding Shan, you're trying to get information out of me. If you don't say anything, that means you've admitted it," Ding Shan said with a smile. "There are some things you should know less about," Kanggu Cheong replied. "You don't have to worry too much about Ling Bai. If he's powerful enough, he'll be able to protect himself even if he can't win." "Thank you for your guidance, sir." Ding Shan cupped his fists. Kanggu Cheong nodded slightly and did not say anything more. He picked up the book and continued reading. Outside the Empyrean 1 pavilion, Yunxiao and Su Lianyi were waiting quietly with the rascal. After a while, Tianjue came with Ding Ling-er. Ding Ling-er's face was still filled with confusion, and she did not know what had happened. She only calmed down after seeing Yunxiao. Big brother Yunxiao, old lie, what happened? Ding Ling-er returned to Yunxiao's side. When she saw the two groups of people looking at each other with hostility, she felt nervous. Yunxiao sighed and touched her forehead affectionately as he said, "Fate has never been decided by anyone. Ling-er, you must be mentally prepared." Ding Ling-er's heart twitched violently. She said, "Did big brother Yunxiao have a conflict with my father? It's all right with me around. Any problem can be solved." Yunxiao felt a slight pain in his heart, and he did not know what to say for a moment. Ding Ling-er turned around and grabbed the old man. She said anxiously, "Old Lai, what happened?" Old Lai also sighed and cupped his fists. "Miss, please take care of yourself in the future." He turned around and left with Tianju, leaving Ding Ling-er in a daze, her mind in a mess. What happened? Su Lianyi also let out a long sigh. She came forward to hold her hand and said, "Ding Shan isn't your biological father, and your brother, Ding Peng, has already been killed by Ding Shan." Ding Ling-er's body trembled, and her brain almost short-circuited with a buzz. She almost lost her balance. What did you just say?" Yunxiao gave Su Lianyi a reproachful look, but his face was also gloomy. No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept it. He held Ding Ling-er in his arms affectionately and said softly, "Everything Su Lianyi said is true." His chest was soaked with tears, and Ding Ling-er's tragic cries came from his arms. She was already sobbing silently, and her delicate body was constantly trembling. Yunxiao stood still and did not comfort her. He just kept stroking her hair to let her feel his existence. Because at this time, any words were pale and powerless. Only the passage of time could gradually wash away the grief. Gradually, the moon rose to the top of the city wall, and Ding Ling-er's cries had long been hoarse and inaudible. Then, she finally fell asleep. Su Lianyi said softly, "Lord Yunxiao, please let me take care of Miss Ling-er, in case Chen sends someone to ask you to go over earlier." Yunxiao gently waved his hand and picked Ding Ling-er up in his arms. "It's fine. I'll take care of her. You may leave." Su Lianyi sighed. She didn't want to disturb him any further and turned around to leave. A light flickered between Yunxiao's eyebrows as he stepped into the Divine Realm tablet with Ding Ling-er in his arms. He came to the water fairy's cultivation place in a flash and said, "Water deity, I'll leave Ling-er to you for now. I've added a seal on her body that can reduce her pain. She should be sleeping for a longer time." Yunxiao had talked to the water immortal before. She was the only woman in the entire Divine Realm tablet, so she was the most suitable one to take care of Ding Ling-er. Water deity's large teardrops were already falling down. She said softly, "Sister Ling-er is so pitiful." "Everyone's opportunities are different," Yunxiao said. "They all have their own destinies. All of this is a catastrophe destined for her, and she must bear it with her own strength." Water deity gently covered Ding Ling-er with a blanket and said, "I'll take good care of Sister Ling-er. Don't worry, brother Yunxiao." Yunxiao nodded. Looking at Ding Ling-er's tear-streaked face, which was as thin as a flower, he could not help but feel sad. In a flash, he disappeared from the Divine Realm tablet. He looked at the vast sky alone and muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and headed toward the Myriad Treasure Tower. Suddenly, the sky came crashing down layer by layer, as if it was collapsing. It stirred up countless storms and swallowed the lightning. Yunxiao's face flickered. A beam of sword chi shot out of his fingertip and directly split the terrifying force in half. With a leap, he appeared 1,000 feet away. The terrifying power of the tornado was still spreading in the air, blinding everyone. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. With his magical spirit eyes, he immediately saw where the enemy was, and he thrust his cold sword at him. The sword chi was like a rainbow, splitting the sky. Swish! All the storms were annihilated by this sword, and a figure flashed out of the void, changing his body technique to escape. So, it's you, you stupid thing. Xianxia sneered. You can stay here. In a flash, he appeared in front of the man and blocked his way. The man was shocked and suddenly stopped. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's Gu Feiyang indeed. Amazing, amazing." It was the fat Duda who was smiling. Xianxia pointed his long sword at him and said in a cold voice, "There's something even more powerful. Then come and taste it with your head." Feeling the sharp edge of the sword, the fat monk retreated in fear and said, "Gu Feiyang, don't do anything stupid. I was just joking with you." "Jokes can easily kill people," Xianxia said coldly. "I know. I won't dare to open it again," the fat monk quickly said. Xianxia frowned slightly and said, "It looks like you're not stupid. You're still afraid of death." "Hee hee." The fat monk laughed. He looked harmless and radiant. The space beside him turned slightly, and the thin monk was revealed. He said, "Gu Feiyang, I'm sorry. I didn't keep an eye on him and let him escape. I'll bring him back now." The two of them turned into streaks of light and were about to leave when a bone-chilling cold struck them, causing them to tremble and reveal their true forms. Sword chi filled the sky, and an ocean of swords rippled in the air. "You can leave just because you're sorry? Then this young master will first cut off your dog heads before apologizing to the two of you," Xianxia said coldly. The fat and thin Duda's face turned pale when he saw him approaching with his sword. He said hurriedly, "Don't mess around. Don't mess around. It's just a joke." "Can't you take a joke?" the skinny monk said anxiously. "You're so narrow-minded." "That's right," Xianxia said. "I'm a narrow-minded and vengeful man. Whoever dares to touch a single strand of my hair, I will cut off one of his legs." The cold light on the sword was piercingly cold. As it shone, it shook between the two men's legs, causing them to shiver in fear. They immediately covered their third leg and broke out in cold sweat. You, what do you want to do so that you'll let it go?" the fat monk said, trembling. "Tell me first whether Ao Changkong is here or not," Xianxia said. "Then, tell me your intention to attack me." "Intention? What other intentions could there be? I was just joking with you. Who knew that you would be so easily fooled? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have played with you. You're such a killjoy," the fat monk said, feeling wronged. "We're not sure if our young master is here," the shriveled monk nodded. "Is that so, Ingluo?" Xianxia leisurely brandished his sword, and light and shadow flickered as he said, "You're saying that Ao Changkong is most likely not here. Even if I kill you now, it'll be fine, right?" His eyes glowed with a cold light as he glared at the two. The killing intent was so strong that it almost passed through their bodies. The two of them were shocked and quickly shook their heads and hands. "My young master is in the city. If you kill us, he will definitely make you pay with your life." "Oh, so Ao Changkong has come," Xianxia said with a sudden realization as he restrained his killing intent and regained his calm. The fat and thin Duda's expression changed slightly, and they both covered their mouths. "Second question," Xianxia said. "What's your intention in attacking me?" "Didn't I tell you that I was just playing with you?" the fat monk said angrily. They had accidentally revealed their secret and were very angry. "Oh, playing? If I accidentally cut off the heads of these two wise men, it would be a huge loss for the realm of heavenly martial arts." "I'll kill you," Xianxia said slowly. He threatened again and released his sword energy. The two of them gritted their teeth and the skinny monk said angrily, "Just kill us. We won't say anything even if you kill us. Young master will definitely avenge us. You won't live for long. Oh, you won't tell me even if I kill you." It seems that it's not as simple as playing around. Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and all the sword chi in the sky was retracted. "I already know. You two can go now." The skinny monk, hee. The fat monk suddenly cried out, clapping his hands and gloating. "Haha! Skinny monkey, you've leaked the secret. You're dead. Don't slander me. I didn't say anything. I won't let you off if you accuse me," the skinny monk said angrily. "You were the one who revealed it to Gu Feiyang. Let's see how the young master deals with you. Haha. Slander. I'm going to kill you. The skinny monk roared and attacked without hesitation. Countless sharp blades appeared around him and flew over. Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The fat monk also cried out. He spread his limbs and his skin seemed to expand. There was a faint golden light on it. Xiao's pupils constricted. The martial technique the fat monk was using at the moment was also a powerful body technique, but it was obviously not the tyrant body tempering technique. Bang! 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 The fat monk punched out with both fists, which were incomparably fierce. All the sharp blades were shattered, and many of the blades that landed on his body exploded. Damn monkey, go to hell! The fat monk took a deep breath, and several major acupoints on his body suddenly sank. A hurricane rose up, and the space within a radius of hundreds of feet was sucked into it. You're the one who's going to die. The skinny monk was also furious. The figure in the sky shook and countless blades flew around. Under the impact of the two forces, the destructive power instantly expanded by several times. Xiao was also hit by the impact, and he was knocked back thousands of feet. However, his expression did not change. The corner of his mouth was still holding a smile as he said in a soft voice, "Are these two idiots for real or just pretending to be stupid?" Her moon-like eyes flashed with a demonic light as she stared at the storm. The wind and clouds surged, and the sky changed color, but the two figures had long disappeared. "Ao Chongkong, are you really here to watch the show?" "You asked the fat and thin dude to attack me?" Xiao chuckled. "So you want to see my indestructible golden body, right? Tisk tsk, I just don't want to show it. Let's see what you can do to me. If you have the ability, do it yourself." His sneering voice echoed in the air, and Xiao's figure disappeared. In front of the 10,000 Treasures Tower, all the buildings had been torn down, revealing a huge open space. Hundreds of figures were shuttling back and forth, and a strange power kept appearing among them, layer upon layer, appearing extremely chaotic. Chun Zhongxi sat cross-legged in the air and continuously cast all kinds of spells. His lips were quivering rapidly and all kinds of notes were transmitted out, directing every step. In one of the 10,000 Treasures Tower's pavilions, Wan Yiqian and the others were watching attentively, their expressions very calm. Han Junting looked at it for a while and said, "This formation is really mysterious. So mysterious and unpredictable. It's impossible to understand everything. It's really powerful." Wan Yiqian said, "So what if it's powerful? I don't know how much of the array's power can be exerted. I'll be satisfied if it's even 10%. 10%? What kind of formation is this? Just 10% of the formation's power is enough to kill Ling Bai?" Han Junting asked. "Head shopkeeper, have you ever heard of the 3 ancient ominous formations?" Wan Yiqian asked. "I don't know much about formations," Han Junting replied. "However, since it's one of the 3 great ancient ominous formations, it must have earth-shattering power." Suddenly, a voice with extreme shock could be heard. Could it be the Great Bliss Formation? As soon as his voice fell, Xiao's figure appeared. With a shocked look in his eyes, he stared unblinkingly at Chun Zhongxi's array, as if he wanted to record it. The Great Rebirth Formation? Han Junting and Chen Sheng both looked at Xiao in confusion. Wan Yiqian, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. He immediately laughed and said, "Haha, Feiyang, you're indeed a man of great talent. You've studied such a lost formation?" Xiao felt ashamed in his heart. As soon as he arrived here, he had heard about the formation, so he had imprinted the formation in front of him into his mind through the moon eye and performed it in the Divine Realm tablet for Pu Jinshan to see. With the name of the 3 ancient ominous formations, it was naturally not difficult for Pu Jinshan to recognize them with his attainments in the Tao of formations. At that moment, Pu Jinshan was so excited that he knelt on the ground and begged Xiao to show him the complete array. That was why Xiao had been watching it attentively, which made Wan Yiqian think that he was proficient in it, and that was why he was so surprised. "I've only heard of it, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. On the other hand, Brother Yiqian, The wealth of the myriad treasures store is beyond imagination. He looked at Wan Yiqian with deep meaning. Wan Yiqian chuckled and said, since it's the #1 chamber of commerce in the world, it naturally has some collections. In addition, I'm very interested in these ancient items, so it's only natural that I've hidden some incomplete copies. Incomplete? Could it be that this formation isn't complete? Han Junting asked in shock. What? Qian Sheng frowned. If it's an incomplete formation, will there be a huge flaw that will cause everything to fail? Wan Yiqian chuckled and turned to Yunxiao. Feiyang, do you have any opinions? As Brother Yiqian said just now, Yunxiao said, as long as I can exert 10% of the full power of this array, I can kill Ling Bai. So, it doesn't matter whether it's complete or not. For example, there are 10,000 variations in the formation, and it's enough to use 100 of them. It's better to focus on these 100 variations than to bite off more than you can chew. Not bad. Wan Yiqian praised. Feiyang has always been the person I admire the most. He saw the key at a glance. If any of the 3 ancient great ominous formations were to appear in the human world, it would be enough to destroy the world. World destruction? Qian Shang was shocked. It's hard to imagine how powerful it will be. The spiritual qi and rules of heaven and earth have changed greatly. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to reproduce such a terrifying thing. Yes. Wan Yiqian nodded. The reason why I've come to arrange the formation at the last minute is because I don't have much control over the formation in my hands. I have 3 days to complete it. If it was too early, he was afraid that it would cause trouble. I didn't expect Ling Bai to be so arrogant. He deserves to die. Anger could be seen on Wan Yiqian's face. Ling Bai had appeared in New Yen City but was quietly waiting for the beheading assembly. It was obvious that he did not take them seriously. It seems that great elder Chen Zhongxi has not learned many changes, Yunxiao said. I think he's only learning within his means. Wan Yiqian said, that's right. Haste makes waste. It's enough to be able to practice 10% of the transformation. He took out a light blue storage bag from his sleeve. It was embroidered with a circle of formation with golden thread and sealed at the mouth of the bag. It was obviously very precious. Feiyang, this is the eternal tree you wanted. I flipped through some ancient books. Eternal wood, extreme northern ice essence, true spirit blood, 10 cubes of qi of regulation, and 3,600 supreme-grade raw materials should be enough to refine divine steel. The most difficult to find and almost extinct items are those 4. Yunxiao was shocked, and he was more and more surprised by Myriad Treasure Store's ability. He even knew about divine steel and could casually name several other raw materials. What is divine steel? Han Junting furrowed her brows. She had seen many things, but she had never heard of it before. Moreover, it was something Yunxiao needed, so she had to keep a few more precautions. It's an extremely powerful 10th-tier item. It's probably the hardest metal in the world. Wan Yiqian smiled and said, it's just that it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to refine it. Feiyang only asked me for the eternal wood and the extreme north ice essence. I'm afraid he's already found the other 2 items, the 10th grade qi and the blood of true spirit. 10th tier qi is little, Yunxiao said with a smile, but there are still many items left. I have the 10th tier divine herb that was auctioned off by the Myriad Treasure Store in Xinyan City. As for the blood of the true spirit, the 10,000 Treasures Buildings Information Network is unparalleled in the world. Even the saints can't compare to it. You should know what I'm thinking. Oh, Wan Yiqian smiled. Feiyang, could it be that you're interested in the City Lord of Red Moon City? Han Junting and Qian Shang's hearts skipped a beat. The news that the newly promoted City Lord of Red Moon City, Luo Qingyun, had 10th grade dragon blood had gradually spread throughout the world. With a 10th level atavism bloodline, there was no doubt that he would be a peerless powerhouse whose name would shake a region in the future. I know Luo Qingyun, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'm sure he won't refuse when I ask for some blood next time. Behind him, Qian Wudi sighed with emotion. The few people who had charged into Mount Meru and fought the Demon Master together had now left him far behind. Wan Yiqian said, then we're only missing the extreme northern ice essence. I hope Feiyong can find it soon. He can make the divine refined steel and broaden my horizons. This kind of thing can only depend on fate, Yunxiao said with a smile. I hope that day will come. Now that he had the wood of eternity, Yunxiao was satisfied. It was the main material for refining divine steel. Without the blood of true spirit and the extreme northern ice essence, he could at least refine subgrade divine steel, which would give the Lingmu flute a body for the time being. If there's nothing else, I'll go down and figure out the structure of this eternal wood. Yunxiao took his leave. Wani Qian said, Feiyong, don't worry. I'll let you know immediately if anything happens. With our friendship, I don't need to be polite. All right, he said. Yes. Yunxiao replied and disappeared from the pavilion. In the next moment, he found a secret room to cultivate in seclusion and entered the Divine Realm tablet directly. Lord Lingmu Di, I have a matter to ask of you. Yunxiao called out in a loud voice, 10,000 feet away from where Mu Lingdi was in seclusion. After a few breaths, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the original form of the Lingmu flute, which was completely condensed from the soul body. It was much stronger than the last time he saw it. Congratulations, my lord. Yunxiao was taken aback. It seems that the Starlight soul refining technique is very effective. And that technique is all right. It's all thanks to this thing that I can recover so quickly. I didn't expect that your Divine Realm tablet would have such a treasure. Yunxiao was taken aback and did not know why. Mu Lingdi grabbed at the air, and a baby-like scream was heard. The Kunwu Divine Numbers spiritualized child was caught in his hand, and he was in great pain as he kept changing his appearance. It's you. Yunxiao cried out in surprise. It's you. Darren, you should take care of him. Don't worry, Lingmu Di said. I won't do anything to him. I'm still counting on him to help me recover my spirit body. It's a pity that he's still too young. He should have just been reborn from the ashes. Yunxiao thought to himself that the Kunwu divine tree had become very pitiful after following him. Every time it tried to accumulate some power, it would be drained by someone else. He could not help but feel a little guilty. Little Wu, don't struggle anymore. He needs your soul power urgently, so you should just obediently let him continue to whip you. I will repay you in the future. Yunxiao comforted him. Soul extraction power? Lingmu Di frowned and said coldly, It's really vulgar and low-level. Why would I use such a despicable method? I'm cultivating with this Wukuan's soul body, using his soul body that hasn't been destroyed for hundreds of millions of years to continuously strengthen myself. Soul body dual cultivation? Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, and a strange look appeared on his face as he could not help but take a step back. Lingmu Di was furious and shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? It's joint cultivation, not dual cultivation. What kind of dirty things are you thinking? Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief and said with an embarrassed smile, So it's joint cultivation. What kind of joint cultivation method? Could it be Bayan? He suddenly thought of the soul battle technique of the Soul Devourer sect. The two souls combined into one, and they could unleash extremely powerful strength. Lingmu Di briefly explained it. Although it was different, it was not far from the soul battle technique. Yunxiao raised his eyes and gave him a strange look, wondering how he had never known that this thing could be so useful. He was extremely vexed. If he had known this earlier, he would have already reached the peak of the Tao of Magic and would not be weaker than Yuan Gaohan. Lil Wu shuddered for no reason and looked at Yunxiao in horror, as if it had sensed something. Yunxiao immediately put on a charming smile and said kindly, Be good and don't be afraid. Lil Wu was so scared that she almost cried. Why does he seem to be afraid of you? Lingmu Di asked, puzzled. Could it be that you've extracted his soul? Hee, why would I? Yunxiao nodded and chuckled. This kid isn't very obedient. I've always been strict with him, so it's normal for him to be afraid of me. Lingmu Di said, This joint cultivation technique is extremely beneficial to him and me. It's a pity that he has just reached nirvana. His soul is not strong enough. What a pity! He couldn't help but sigh. Otherwise, he could have recovered his peak soul body with this tree. Although he was slowly recovering now, it would be very difficult to return to the state he was in 100,000 years ago. Don't be discouraged, my lord, Xianxia said. It's clear that people get lucky. As long as we continue to work hard and never give up, the heavens will take care of us. Not bad. Lingmu Di swept away his dejection and looked at Xianxia with admiration as he said, no wonder the Divine Realm tablet recognized you as its master. It's not without reason. Xianxia took out a storage bag and a large number of various materials, then handed them over. This is a Xianxia. Lingmu Di used his divine sense to scan the area. He closed his eyes slightly and carefully identified each of them. After a while, he opened his eyes and said with surprise, I'm missing the extreme northern ice essence and the blood of true spirit. That's right, Xianxia said. Is this enough for you to make subgrade divine steel, my lord? Not bad. Lingmu Di was overjoyed. I didn't expect you to find all of them. If you can make subgrade divine steel, it'll be enough to make my body. It won't be too late for me to reach the true god rank if I find the Arctic ice essence and the blood of true spirit in the future. I have a presumptuous request, Xianxia said. Can I let another friend watch me while I'm making it? He was the one who taught me the Starlight Soul art. Of course I can. In that case, I should be grateful to him. Lingmu Di immediately agreed. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. He had not failed to fulfill his promise to Yuan Gaohan, so it would be easy for him to exploit Yuan Gaohan in the future. I'll go and prepare now, said Lingmu Di. You can ask your friend to come along. Also, let Baiming Nan come and watch. With that, the 1,000-mile barrier dispersed, and Lingmu Di's figure disappeared. Xianxia immediately sent a voice transmission to the two. In fact, he was completely capable of breaking the barrier set up by Lingmu Di, and there were very few people in the Divine Realm tablet who could defeat him. However, this was obviously a sign of respect for the Demon Sealing Senior from 100,000 years ago, and it would never go against his rules. A moment later, a ray of light rose to the sky from the place where Lingmu was cultivating the flute. It scattered into 9 colored rays of light from time to time, changing into various forms in the sky. The light lasted for 2 days before it slowly dissipated, and the sky returned to its clear state. On the ground, a ball of red-colored glass was constantly changing shape, shining with 9-colored light, exquisite and clear. Both Xianxia and Yuan Gaohan held their breaths as they stared at the glass without blinking. Baiming Nan looked on calmly, without any expression. I can only go this far. Lingmu Di's soul body flickered in a daze. He had consumed too much energy in the past 2 days and was almost unable to maintain his form. It's much worse than I expected. Firstly, the environment inside the Divine Realm tablet is very different from the Heavenly Martial Realm, and secondly, my strength is not as good as before, so this is already my limit. There's no need to be too harsh, my lord, said Baiming Nan calmly. I've already done a good job. Besides, subgrade divine steel of this level is extremely rare in the realm of heavenly martial arts. It's enough. Hopefully, Lingmu Di said. With my current strength, I don't know if I'll be able to successfully refine this into true divine steel after I obtain the northern ice essence and true spirit blood. Li Yunxiao and this friend, both of you have very strong soul power. I hope you can help me next time. Would you like to? Only then did the two of them tremble and recover from the extreme shock and tension of the past 2 days. I'm willing to serve you at any time, my lord, Yunxiao said. How about you? Lingmu Di looked at Yuan Gaohan and said, your soul power is stronger than Li Yunxiao's, and you are only a step away from becoming a divine blacksmith. If you can help me, I can teach you my experience in becoming a divine blacksmith. I wonder if you would be willing to do so. I'm going to become a divine smith. Yuan Gaohan's whole body trembled violently, and he was so excited that tears filled his eyes as he sobbed, I'm willing, my lord. Even without the temptation of trying to become a divine smith master, he was extremely willing to do so. This time he had seen the divine smith art, which was the first time he had seen it in his life. It had a great impact on his heart and art. He didn't expect that he would be able to participate next time. Not only that, but he would also be able to listen to the experience of trying to become a divine smith. He was so happy that he almost fainted. He kept pinching his face, feeling like he was dreaming. "You're very talented," Ling Mu Di said with a chuckle. "You've made it this far, which shows your dedication to the pursuit of the art of sorcery. I admire you. In the future, if you have any questions you don't understand, you can come and ask me anytime." Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Senior." Yuan Gaohan was so excited that tears were streaming down his face, and he kept dancing, not knowing what to say. "You guys can go. I'm a little tired." Ling Mu Di waved his hand. "After I've recovered, I'll start refining my body. At that time, I'll also refine the stone beast diamond body to thank it." A barrier flickered, and Yun Xiao and the other two were teleported thousands of miles away. The barrier was opened again, and no one was allowed to enter. Yuan Gaohan was still in a daze, as if he felt that the events of the past 2 days were somewhat unreal. "Yun Xiao, who is that lord? How can there be such a powerful existence in the realm of heavenly martial arts?" Yun Xiao patted him on the shoulder with a smile and chuckled. "You don't have to worry about that. You won't lose out by following me, right? Gaohan, I've been troubling you to do things for me all these years. Isn't this enough?" "Interesting. Definitely interesting." Yuan Gaohan's face was filled with gratitude, and his eyes flickered with endless anticipation. "That senior actually invited me to participate in the next divine refined steel refining, and even told me to ask him if I had anything I didn't understand. Heavens, this can't be true. I'm so lucky." He was so touched that he wanted to kneel down, his face full of tears. "Hee. Gaohan, there are some things you have to understand." Yun Xiao patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, "You have to understand that the senior lives in my divine realm tablet, and the tablet is mine." "I understand all of this. What do you mean?" Yuan Gaohan was stunned. "It's very simple," Yun Xiao chuckled. "Only by staying in the Divine Realm tablet can I have the opportunity to consult you and participate in the Divine Refined Steel production, right? And only with my consent can one continue to live in the Divine Realm tablet. Do you understand this logic?" I know. Yuan Gaohan suddenly had a bad premonition. "Hee. Don't be nervous," Yun Xiao laughed. "I don't need your help for the time being. I'm just giving you a reminder." Yuan Gaohan asked, "Brother Yun Xiao, who is that lord? He doesn't seem to be famous." "Don't ask so many questions," Yun Xiao said. "I'll let you know when it's time. At other times, just do your own thing." Yuan Gaohan. Hee. After Yun Xiao left, he went to see Ding Ling. She was still in a coma and had fallen asleep. He sighed and left the Divine Realm tablet. "Lord Cloudsky, you're out." A beautiful maidservant who was guarding the door of the secret room immediately went up to him with a sweet smile. "What if there's 1,000? Yun Xiao asked. "The Tower Lord is currently meeting guests from all over the banquet hall," the beautiful maidservant respectfully replied. "Guests from all over the world?" Yun Xiao asked. "They're all invited by the Tower Master to help, and most of them have grudges with Ling Bai. Would you like to go and take a look, my lord?" The beautiful servant replied. Ling Bai had killed countless people, and his enemies were all over the world, but no one dared to take revenge. Now that the 10,000 Treasures Tower had raised their arms and called for help, it had attracted many people. "Forget it," Yun Xiao said. "Tomorrow is the beheading ceremony, and I don't want to meet some boring people. Arrange a room for me to rest for a while." The beautiful maid hurriedly made the arrangements. The next day, the streets were empty. A large number of mortals had already evacuated, and the buildings were empty. Countless martial artists had gathered around the 10,000 Treasures building. Thousands of martial artists were densely packed 10,000 feet away, waiting for the world-shaking battle. There was no lack of well-known powerhouses among them, and the aura they emitted made the people around them extremely uncomfortable, so they kept their distance. After all, everyone wanted to witness such an earth-shattering event with their own eyes. Many people even took out video stones, planning to record this earth-shattering event. Ridiculous. Such a world-shaking battle will definitely disrupt the rules of heaven and earth, and the order will no longer exist. The image stone can't bear such a vast power. A white-haired old man in a loose robe suddenly laughed loudly, immediately attracting everyone's attention and looking over. He saw two old men standing opposite each other. They both had kind expressions and smiles on their faces. The speaker was dressed in a long red robe, and he stroked his long beard with his right hand. The other person's green robe fluttered in the wind, and he held his hands in a circle in front of his body, with flowing light constantly flowing between his palms. "It's Lord Mingzhan and Lord Mingjian," someone immediately cried out, attracting everyone's attention. "Who is Mingzhan and Mingjian?" Someone in the crowd was stunned, as if he had not heard it. A skinny warrior sneered, "You're really an outsider. I've never even heard of the names of these two lords. These two lords are the rare wise men in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Many major events that have happened in the past few years have been predicted and judged by them. It's that magical? It's rumored that only the Duanmu family has the power of prophecy. Could these two be from the Duanmu family?" someone asked. "No one knows the origins of these two lords. With them here, this battle will be interesting." Someone beside him said happily, "My lords, is there no way to record such a great battle? Isn't that a pity?" someone asked with a sigh. Mingzhen laughed. "Of course not. It's just that ordinary treasures can't withstand the changes in the rules of heaven and earth. Only our Miaoxiang treasure mirror can have such power." Mingjian drew a circle with his hands, and a mirror slowly appeared from the light. The light illuminated a part of the sky, and then the light disappeared, flickering on the mirror. "It's the mirror of wonder. It's said that it can observe the past and the future, and it's infinitely wonderful," someone exclaimed. "What do you think of today's battle, my lords?" the man asked. "Who won and who lost?" Mingjian stroked his beard and chuckled. "Ling Bai's cultivation base is unparalleled. He was ranked 4th on the billboard back then. He has made great progress in recent years. It's too difficult to kill him." "Sir, do you mean that the Merchant Union's efforts will be in vain this time?" the man asked. Mingjian smiled and shook his head slightly. "The Merchant Union is as rich as a country and has accumulated countless treasures. The strength of myriad treasures store is even more unfathomable. Can be said that it has never been revealed. It's not impossible for it to surprise everyone. In short, both sides have their own chances of winning this time. It will definitely be exciting and will not disappoint everyone." "The two of you are indeed wise," the man said. "You've suddenly become enlightened after hearing your words." Many martial artists in the surroundings started clapping. In the 10,000 treasures building not far away, Waniqian stared at the mirror and snorted coldly. "What bullshit idea? Who are these two jokers?" One of his subordinates replied, "These two have been very famous recently. I don't know where they came from. They look like quacks. It's said that they can predict the future. I'm planning to investigate." "Humph, foretelling the future? That's bullshit." Chen Zhongxi snorted in disdain. Qian Sheng retracted his gaze from the distance and said, "There's no need to pay attention to these clowns. There are really quite a number of important figures here, and they're all watching from the sidelines." Han Junting still looked like an old man. She laughed and said, "It's such a big deal. The consequences will be far-reaching and will definitely affect the next few decades. I'm afraid that even the martial artists with a little bit of fame will come to take a look." Waniqian sneered. "This is the effect I want. I want the whole world to know that anyone who offends the Merchant Union will be executed no matter how strong they are. Tower Lord is very righteous. By doing such a satisfying thing, the world will definitely follow you. Ling Bai has done many evil deeds, and today he is helping the heavens," one of the elders praised. This old man was called Lu Feng. He had also suffered greatly under Ling Bai, and many of his family members had been killed. He had never dared to take revenge. "That's right. As long as Mr. Qian raises his flag, the whole world will definitely respond to such a heinous crime." Another old man clapped his hands and praised. Dozens of people praised in unison. They were all victims who had been invited here. All of them shared the same hatred for the enemy, and their morale rose greatly. With the help of my friends, today's matter will definitely be successful, Wan Yiqian said. If we can kill Ling Bai, it will be a great achievement, Lu Feng said. It also shows the integrity and martial arts of the Merchant Union. It can definitely become the 8th super force in the realm of heaven martial arts. It will be respected by all. Red Moon City was greatly weakened after the last battle, and its strength has fallen completely. I think the Merchant Union is enough to replace it. Another person suggested. Wan Yiqian cupped his fists and said, My friends, you're being too serious. It's my duty to punish the evil. Myriad Treasure Store was also just doing their own duty. If they really killed Ling Bai today, it would be everyone's credit. Myriad Treasure Store would not dare to be greedy. As for becoming a super force, I don't even dare to think about it. Lu Feng's face was full of righteousness as he said, Tower Lord, you're too humble. If everyone in the realm of heavenly martial arts was as responsible as the Lord, there would not be so many ghosts and monsters in the world. I, Lu Feng, am the first one to support Myriad Treasure Store to lead the business alliance to establish a sect and an eternal foundation. Yes, I, Jia Feiping, also support it. My Heaven Escape sect also supports it. All of a sudden, everyone expressed their opinions and the clamor spread. Many warriors in the distance had a slight change in their expressions, and then they began to ponder. The ambitions of the Merchant Union were well known, so the scene in front of them was not strange. If the Merchant Union can be united, it'll be enough to compete with the 7 superpowers, Mingjin said. It's not surprising that it'll be ranked 8th. Well, the premise is that they can safely pass this tribulation today, otherwise all the plans will be in vain, Mingjian said. My lords, do you think it's a good or bad thing for the Merchant Union to rise? Someone asked in surprise. Good and bad are determined by the heavens. There's no need for us to worry, Mingjin said with a smile. At this moment, 3 martial artists flew down from the pavilion and landed in the center of the square. The 3 of them were 20 to 30 zhang away from each other, each forming a horn, each making a hand seal and constantly striking out. The ground in the center trembled and slowly split into a cross. An ancient bronze platform rose from the ground. The bronze platform was supported by 3 giant pillars, and a gloomy-looking old man was tied to the top. He was Dongmen Yuan, the second of the 8 signs of death. His eyes were deathly gray as he looked at the crowd coldly. Everyone quieted down and watched quietly. Wan Yiqian walked up to the stage and shouted, Today, the Merchant Union is holding a beheading meeting. Thank you for coming, friends. The Merchant Union had always valued peace, befriending heroes from all over the world, and never making enemies. However, the 8 guardians of the Death God led by Ling Bai robbed our auction house and took away all kinds of rare treasures. They think the Merchant Union is easy to bully. He threw the Crimson Dragon staff heavily onto the ground. With a boom, the staff trembled and light scattered. An aura and dragons might mix together and spread out. It was extremely majestic. Wan Yiqian's brows furrowed and his face was filled with righteousness. He shouted, No matter who it is, whoever dares to touch the Merchant Union will be killed, no matter how strong they are. Kill! Kill! His shout shook the sky, and a shocking aura burst out of the entire building, causing the space to fluctuate. Wan Yiqian raised his hands, and everyone immediately fell silent. Thanks to the help of the Red Moon City, Dongmen Yuan, the second of the 8 symbols, has been handed over to my 10,000 treasures tower. Today, we'll hold a beheading meeting here and behead this extremely evil man as a warning to the others. Dongmen Yuan's eyes popped out like a dead fish. There was a lot of discussion in the distance. Will Ling Bai come? As a titled martial sovereign, I can't just watch my subordinates die like this. Can I? Hee brother, you think too highly of a titled martial sovereign. A titled martial sovereign was still human, and all humans were afraid of death. With the Merchant Union's formation, whoever comes will die, unless the 10 martial emperors come together. It's said that Dongmen Yuan is locked up in the Red Moon City. but he's actually being transported here. Was the Red Moon City not afraid of offending Ling Bai? After all, everyone in the current Red Moon City knows that things are different from before. It is said that Ling Bai once swore an oath that she would never step foot in the Red Moon City in her life. Perhaps it is because of this oath that the Red Moon City is fearless. It's only when Xianxia was here that it could have such power to intimidate the strong enemies. Now, the Red Moon City can only be sheltered by the predecessors. Shoo! Don't talk nonsense. That young man up there seems to be the deputy city lord of the Red Moon City. Be careful of your head. Above the building, behind Wanqian stood an elegant and noble man with a demonic aura around him. It was Li Yi who was talking and laughing with the heroes from all over the world. He had absorbed a large amount of Shang's demonic qi in the Battle of Red Moon City, and swallowed the martial Wu Dao fruit of the throne's light. Right now, he had the bearing of a master in his every move, and no one could see through him. Is that the newly appointed Vice City Lord of the Red Moon City? What a terrifying feeling. Just looking at him makes one's hair stand on end. That's right. It's said that this person turned evil during the battle at the Red Moon City and ate more than a dozen demon clans' almighty experts, turning all their power into his own. His strength is no longer below that of Xianxia. You're too scary. Putting aside the matter of him devouring the demons, his strength is no weaker than Xianxia's. He's the Vice City Lord, so wouldn't the City Lord be even more powerful? I've heard that the City Lord was transformed from a 10,000-year-old ghost king that has been sleeping in the void on the ground. His strength is so powerful that even a titled martial sovereign is no match for him. It can't be, right? According to what you said, the power of the Red Moon City has advanced instead of retreating. Of course. It's more than 10 times stronger than when Tang Qing was here. Otherwise, how could it shock the current scene? When the person who spoke saw that no one had any objections and everyone was shocked, he couldn't help but feel proud. Just as he was about to say something, a sharp gaze suddenly shot over from the crowd. His eyes were turbid and old, but they had gone through the vicissitudes of life. They were as deep as the universe, and one look at them would make one shudder. The man shivered and covered his mouth, not daring to say anything. After the creepy feeling disappeared, he carefully looked up again, but he didn't see anyone. On the building, Wanqian shouted, "Let the beheading begin!" He cast an incantation seal on the bronze platform, and countless runes flew out immediately. They circled in the sky and gathered together to form a huge axe. The axe exuded a powerful and fierce aura. It was far away from the east gate. Everyone held their breath as they watched the scene in front of them. They were all extremely excited as they waited for Ling Bai to appear. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a loud and clear voice came from far away. Then, a white-robed man slowly fell as the petals fell from the sky. I came on the waves and left with the wind. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at that suave figure. He had a smile on his face, and his eyes were like rippling spring water. It was as if he didn't care about the heroes of the world. This is Ling Bai? So free and at ease. Such a spirit. Tisk. To be able to have such a heroic spirit, you're worthy of the title of martial sovereign. What a pity. I didn't expect Ling Bai to be so beautiful and young. He's going to be buried in New Yen City today. Humph, it's not certain who will die. Judging from his confident look, the Merchant Union might be the one who will lose. Just as everyone was discussing and waiting for a great show, Wanqian frowned and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Everyone, hee. The young man in white laughed and waved the sword in his hand. I'm Kai Lin Hai, the eldest son of the wealthy Kai family in the western region. Wanqian looked at him coldly and listened patiently, but his expression was ugly. So you're the young master of the Kai family of the western region. I've heard of him before. He's only risen to power in the last 2 years and has defeated many good fighters. He's a first-class man. Now that you mention it, I have some impression of him. I heard that he is a rare genius in the western region for thousands of years, and his strength is even above that of the head of the 5 heroes of the western region, Cheng Haomiao. But what's this kid doing here? Did he become Ling Bai's man? Is he going to be the vanguard? Listening to the distant discussions, Kai Linhai once again brandished his sword and put it on his shoulder in a cool posture. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not with Ling Bai, nor am I with the Merchant Union. Today, taking advantage of the gathering of the world's heroes, I came out to show my face, so that all the heroes in the world know that there is a figure like me in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Everyone, hee." Kai Linhai continued, "Everyone, don't think that I'm being arrogant. I heard that the heaven and earth power chart is about to reopen. When that happens, my name will definitely shake the world. Everyone, just wait and see." He cupped his hands and said, "I've said everything I wanted to say. Please continue, Sir Qian." He carried his sword and turned to leave. Wan Yiqian stood on the building, the shadow in his heart growing larger and larger. He wanted nothing more than to kill Kai Linhai, but he was still considering whether this was appropriate. Li Yi said, "What's the point of keeping such an amusing idiot alive? Let's just kill him." A demonic cold light shot out of his eyes, and killing intent flashed through them. Han Junting frowned and said, "This man is funny, but isn't it a little inappropriate to kill him like this? After all, it's not a capital crime, and it's not appropriate to kill innocents in front of the world's heroes." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge tremor suddenly came from the sky, and the wind and clouds surged. Did he really come this time? Everyone's body trembled, and they hurriedly looked up. They all felt an extremely powerful pressure, and it was extremely fierce like a prehistoric beast. The sky seemed to collapse upward, revealing a huge black hole. She. A strange sound came from inside. It was broken and rustling, making one's hair stand on end. A huge shadow suddenly fell from the inside. The terrifying and oppressive demonic chi was emitted from that thing. Demonic beast. It's a 9th rank demonic beast. Be careful, everyone, Wan Yiqian shouted in alarm. The giant demonic beast appeared in front of everyone. It was a giant scorpion with red eyes. It was extremely demonic. The scorpion fell down, its aura extremely violent. Its scarlet eyes stared at Kai Linhai, and its right pincers went straight for him. Ah! Kai Linhai's eyes were wide open, and he was scared out of his wits. With a clang, he pulled out his sword and slashed. Dang! The sword was instantly unsealed. It was half the size of a pincer, and the scorpion's right pincer caught it the moment it slashed out, rendering it completely immobile. The giant scorpion's eyes flickered with a red light, as if it was angry that its pincers had failed to kill the human in front of it. It raised its long tail, which was more than 100 feet long, high, and a terrifying aura spread out like a cyclone. A cold light flashed on the scorpion's stinger, and it stabbed down, leaving a long red trail in the air. It's the Heaven String Poison Light. Somewhere in the sky above New Yen City, Yun Xiao was shocked, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This scorpion's needle radiance was exactly the same as the one on Qiu Mujia's tail, but it was much more powerful and domineering. Kai Linhai was so scared that his entire body trembled. He hurriedly threw away his long sword and displayed his movement technique, turning into countless afterimages in the air as he fled. The red needle-like radiance pierced through heaven and earth, and in an instant, it pierced through all the afterimages. A dark red color dyed the sky. Kai Linhai's heart had been pierced through, and his entire body was hung on the tail needle of the giant scorpion. He was lifted high up and thrown out. Bang! The force of the throw was too strong, and Kai Linhai's body instantly exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood, completely disappearing from the world. Everyone sucked in a cold breath, their scalps tingling. Kai Linhai's skills were also considered excellent, yet he had actually died in a single exchange. Moreover, his heart had been pierced through without any error. One could see how terrifying this giant scorpion was. Don't panic, everyone, Wan Yiqian shouted. It's just a 9th rank demonic beast. Kill it. As soon as he gave the order, several cultivators rushed out and surrounded the giant scorpion. Their powerful auras spread out and merged together like a cage, pressing down on it. CC. The giant scorpion kept making sounds as it waved its pincers, but it could only struggle under the pressure of the cage. Swish! A ray of red light broke through the air and instantly broke through the pressure barrier, stabbing towards the throat of a martial artist. The cultivator's expression changed drastically, but a cold light flashed across his eyes as he quickly calmed down. He raised his right hand and a steel sword appeared in front of his neck. Bang! The crisp sound of metal breaking shook everyone's heart. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they looked into the distance with a cold shiver. The scorpion's stinger broke through the steel sword and pierced through the warrior's throat. Blood spurted out from the back of his neck. The pressure cage was instantly broken by one arm, and the giant scorpion's two pincers swept across the army and hit the other people. Moreover, the stinger was retracted and curled up high behind him, looking extremely scarlet. Bang! 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 The other people were swept by the giant pincers and were also sent flying. Their chi and blood were tumbling in their bodies, and they felt extremely uncomfortable. Ah! One of them suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His pupils dilated, and he suddenly clutched his own neck with both hands. His entire face turned red, and then purple. His body stiffened, and the light in his eyes disappeared as he fell from the sky. What kind of poison is this? It's so powerful! Everyone was shocked. The other people's faces also began to turn red and purple, and they all died one by one. Wan Yiqian's expression also changed, and he was extremely furious. Ling Bai had not even appeared, but several experts had already died, and the battlefield was in a mess. Damn that Ling Bai! How could he use such a vicious move? He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Tower Master, why don't we activate the great ultimate happiness formation now and send it to the ultimate happiness of the afterlife? Chun Zhongxi said in a deep voice. Isn't that inappropriate? Qian Shang quickly said. This is a killer move to deal with Ling Bai. If I use it now, it will not be powerful enough when Ling Bai comes. What about your demonic beast? Chun Zhongxi asked. This beast seems to have been greatly stimulated. Otherwise it wouldn't be so powerful. Wan Yiqian also said solemnly. It should be that its potential has been stimulated. The strength of the poison is also abnormally strong. It doesn't seem to be the scorpion's own poison. There's no point in discussing this now, Chun Zhongxi said anxiously. How should we kill this thing? Li Yi laughed leisurely. Is there really nothing else in the Merchant Union that's worth mentioning other than the Great Rebirth Formation? Upon hearing this, Wan Yiqian was furious, but he still kept his cool and snorted. Of course not. It's just that the giant scorpion's sudden appearance was part of my plan. Li Yi laughed. This giant scorpion has an unusual aura. It must be an ancient mutant. That poison could kill a 9-stars martial sovereign directly. I'm afraid Ling Bai must have done something to it. There aren't many people in the world who can subdue it. The giant scorpion lay dormant on the ground, waving its two giant pincers in all directions, and a violent aura spread out in waves. Its two scarlet eyes suddenly shrank, and its huge body shrank. It shot up at an extremely fast speed and scuttled toward the bronze platform. Not good. It's trying to save Dongmen Yuan, someone exclaimed. Wan Yiqian's face was cold as he stared at the giant scorpion. Crack! Crack! The giant scorpion raised its pincers and slashed forward like a large blade. The astral winds shot up and turned into several tornadoes in the air, slashing out like blades. Bang, bang, bang! A series of violent sounds came from the bronze platform, and several of them shot toward Dongmen Yuan and cut into his body. Ah! Dongmen Yuan let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was cut into several pieces in an instant, and his head flew off. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment, and he fell far away. This result stunned everyone. Humph! Ling Bai is a cruel man who would even kill his own people. If we don't get rid of this evil demon today, where is the justice in the world? Humph! Wan Yiqian snorted angrily and said, Great Elder, get into formation. Chun Zhongxi's pupils shrank and he said coldly, Yes, there's no need to reveal the formation. Just the tip of the iceberg will be enough to kill this scorpion. He flew out of the building and stopped above the scorpion. He put his hands together and slapped down. Countless runes flickered within the palm shadow, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged in a frenzy, suppressing the space where the giant scorpion was. The demonic chi that filled the sky instantly disappeared without a trace. The giant scorpion's body trembled with a ka-ka sound as it resisted the power of the palm. At the same time, 6 experts appeared around the giant scorpion, striking out all kinds of seals and forming a hexagonal formation. A huge force instantly pressed down towards the center like an iron bucket, causing the giant scorpion to tremble more and more. She. The crimson tail began to sweep violently, and countless red lights twined around it like silk threads. It was extremely beautiful. This thing is too poisonous. Chen Zhongxi shouted. We can't release it. We'll crush it first, then shake the void open and expel it. In a flash, he stepped on the huge bronze platform and kicked with his right foot. Dang! A deafening, vibrating sound continued to spread. The bronze platform became dazed and started to shrink. In the end, it was only as tall as a person and appeared in front of Chen Zhongxi. Bang! With a clap of his hands, the bronze platform doubled in size and fell down. Boom! The giant scorpion that was trapped in the hexagonal formation trembled even more violently. Its 2 eyes were as beautiful as bloodstones, but its pincers and thin tail were trembling violently. Fine patterns were constantly cracking on its body, making crackling sounds. The 6 martial artists' faces were all pale, and they were having a hard time holding on. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his face, and his body began to tremble. On the building, Xianxia said, Those 6 people can't hold on much longer. If the giant scorpion is really crushed, I'm afraid the impact on these 6 people will be quite great. I wonder if it will affect the power of the entire formation. Wan Yiqian crossed her arms in front of her chest and said, The Great Elder will know what to do. Li Yi laughed. This giant scorpion is indeed powerful. It can actually withstand the attack of 7 people. TSK. Wan Yiqian's face darkened, and he said coldly, City Lord's meaning is that my myriad treasure tower doesn't have anyone, and we still need 7 people to join forces to deal with a demonic beast. I don't dare. It's just that what I see in front of me makes me feel emotional. Li Yi said with a smile, but the corner of his mouth did not hide the mockery. Humph! Who do you think you are, kid? You also dare to rashly talk about the myriad treasure tower's strength. You! Lu Feng shouted angrily. When Grand Elder Chen Zhongxi advanced to a 9-stars martial sovereign, you were still playing with mud somewhere. Li Yi turned his head slightly and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He said in disdain, Who do you think you are? I'm not a green onion. Lu Feng sneered. But I'm an upright person. I rely on my own strength. It's a world of difference from those who rely on their butts to get to the position of Deputy City Lord. What did you just say? Li Yi flew into a rage, and his eyes were spitting fire as he shouted. Who did you say got to the top with his ass? Today, I'll witness your strength. A surge of demonic energy spread across the building, and Li Yi's face turned savage as a red light flickered on his body. Lu Feng was so shocked that he retreated. The demonic chi seeped into his body and he was filled with fear. He instantly understood that he was no match for the person in front of him, and his face turned as ugly as pig's liver. Humph! If he took one step, all the demonic chi would immediately dissipate without a trace. Li Yi was shocked and stared at Wan Yiqian fearfully. He felt that Wan Yiqian was unfathomable. With a gloomy face, he said, This city lord will let you off today, trash. If I meet you in the future, I'll kill you directly. Lu Feng's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth in shock. Wan Yiqian snorted again and said, Humph! Lu Feng is a friend of the Myriad Treasure Store. If you touch him, you'll be touching the Myriad Treasure Store. Anyone who dares to offend my 10,000 treasures tower will die even if they force their way into Lingbai, let alone a mere vice city lord. Am I right, vice city lord? The word vice was especially emphasized, and his tone and expression did not hide his contempt and disdain. Li Yi gritted his teeth in anger, but he did not dare to say anything. Fortunately, he was flexible and acted as if nothing had happened after he snorted. However, the way all the martial artists looked at Li Yi was completely different. Previously, due to his status as the deputy city lord of Red Moon City, they had 70% respect for him. Now, it had turned into 70% fear and 30% dread. Yun Xiao had been watching everything from the void, and the demonic aura Li Yi had released just now naturally did not escape his eyes. To think that this kid would have such a huge stroke of luck. After struggling to survive for so many times, he's managed to achieve such extraordinary strength. I'm afraid he's even above Han Junting and Qin Chuan. He pondered for a while and threw it to the back of his mind. He continued to watch Chen Zhongxi battle the giant scorpion. No matter how lucky Li Yi was, his current strength was nothing in his eyes. Above the battle formation, Chen Zhongxi shouted, "I will use the bronze battle platform to shake it to death. The 6 of you retreat immediately." He had also discovered the power of the giant scorpion, and his previous plan was no longer feasible. The 6 of them nodded. Ha! Chen Zhongxi's hands continuously formed hand seals, and all sorts of seals were placed on the bronze ancient battle platform. Ancient battle sounds rang out, as if thousands of troops and horses had crossed through time and space. Kaka! The giant scorpion's hard shell shattered and broke apart. The 6 people were also sweating profusely. They couldn't hold on any longer. "Retreat! Die!" Chen Zhongxi shouted and slammed his palm on the fighting ring. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bronze battle platform expanded several times in size again, pressed down and finally broke through all the defenses. With a boom, it pressed down on the giant scorpion's body and jolted it into the ground. Boom! The earth rumbled, and the houses in the distance trembled non-stop. Many of them collapsed. The 6 people who had set up the formation had already flown several thousand feet away at the first moment. They were not affected by the final shock and shockwaves of the great force, so they all heaved a sigh of relief. Did he die? Many people asked in their hearts. Through the thick smoke, their divine senses were blocked by the weapon on the ancient battle platform, unable to see clearly. Yun Xiao was also quite surprised. The bronze battle platform had just exuded an unusual force, and the state in front of him seemed to be a profound level weapon that had yet to be unsealed. This battle platform is most likely the formation tool of the great Nirvana rebirth formation, he guessed. All the powerful masters in the field used their divine sense to penetrate the weapon storage and saw that the giant scorpion was smashed to pieces under the bronze ancient battle stage. Some poison lingered around the body, but it didn't dissipate and wasn't strong. Good, good. Wan Yiqian was the first to clap and praise. Great Elder, you've won the first battle, so you should be the first to contribute. If Ling Bai is so afraid of death that he doesn't dare to show himself, the world will laugh at him. While he ridiculed them loudly, he secretly transmitted a message to warn everyone to be on their guard. Since the giant scorpion had appeared, Ling Bai was most likely here as well. Since he had come, he would not leave for no reason. There would definitely be a battle to the death. Wan Xianxia couldn't help but feel cold sweat oozing out of her palms, making them a little sticky. "Chun Zhong," she said in a deep voice. "Tower Lord, you're too kind. It was just an easy kill. It's such a pity that I can't defeat a titled martial sovereign with such a powerful formation." Everyone began to discuss in a low voice. Such a powerful 9th-rank demonic beast had been killed in an instant, and this was only a part of the power of the formation. If it was fully exerted, Ling Bai might not be able to fight it. They were all guessing if Ling Bai would show himself. Suddenly, Yun Xiao's pupils constricted as he cried out, "Be careful! There's something inside the giant scorpion's body." Chen Zhongxi's entire body trembled as he hurriedly looked down. A yellow mist gushed out of the giant scorpion's body and kept expanding. Poison! He was shocked and quickly grabbed with his hand. He immediately sealed the sky and the earth, completely suppressing the space and preventing the poison from spreading. Yun Xiao's shout immediately exposed his position, attracting the attention of many experts, who turned to look at the void in the sky. Many people were shocked. They knew that there was someone there, but no matter how they scanned the area with their divine sense, they couldn't sense anything unusual. On the other hand, Li Yi's face instantly turned ashen, and a sharp chill shot out from his eyes. He clenched his fingers so hard that the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Li Yunxiao. Not good. It's not poison. It's a demonic beast. Chen Zhongxi suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over in shock. Within Chen Zhongxi's five-fingered prison, the yellow smoke began to tremble as if it wanted to rush out. At this moment, it was accompanied by a low trembling sound, as if it was buzzing. Seal it again, Chen Zhongxi shouted. The poison in its body far surpasses that of the giant scorpion. The 6 people in the distance were shocked. They rushed over in an instant and attacked together again. The power of a barrier spread out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The yellow light shook more and more violently, and then it became faint. Through the light, a pair of black crystal ball-like eyes could be seen, staring at it with a creepy look. The demonic beast's body was finally completely revealed. It was a wasp that was several feet long. How could there be a wasp in the scorpion's body? And he looked even more powerful. No one could figure it out. It's just another death, Chen Zhongxi said coldly. With a clench of his fingers, the bronze battle platform flew up, and once again, it transformed into a huge platform that pressed down on the wasp. Not only that, in order to achieve the desired effect with a single move, the surrounding spiritual chi began to surge into the ancient battle platform at a speed visible to the naked eye, causing the various patterns engraved on it to become more vivid and spiritual. Boom! As the battle platform descended, the bumblebee struggled for a few moments before it was crushed into the ground, squashed flat. The contents of its body scattered all over the ground, and it followed in the footsteps of the giant scorpion. They're all dead now, right? Chen Zhongxi thought to himself as he looked closely. The bumblebee was indeed as dead could be. There was no way it could have survived. Its entire body had shriveled up, so there was no way it could have hidden anything inside. Humph! What a childish trick! Wan Yiqian looked coldly at the place where the giant scorpion had fallen. The spinning spatial power had been circulating since the giant scorpion had fallen. If you have the ability, then show yourself and fight. What the hell is throwing down a few demonic beasts? He laughed in disdain, but his eyes were sharp, without the slightest contempt. There was no other reaction from the space apart from the surge of energy. It was as if Ling Bai had deliberately opened a passage to throw the giant scorpion down. Could it be that Ling Bai really doesn't dare to show himself? Ding Shan asked with a frown. That's not impossible, Han Junting laughed. Almost everyone in the world knows that President Ding Shan has become a divine transcendence expert. Even a titled martial sovereign like Ling Bai would have to think twice before making a decision. Ding Shan snorted and glanced at Han Junting. Only the force behind the head shopkeeper can scare Ling Bai away. Han Junting smiled awkwardly. This sentence immediately caused people to speculate. After all, the Star and Moon School was too mysterious, and very few people knew the power behind it. I wonder if you two Darrens know the forces behind the Star and Moon School? A cultivator in the distance asked Ming Zhen and Ming Jian. The surrounding people perked up their ears to listen. Ming Zhen laughed. Hee. The two of us naturally know that. However, we can't say it out loud. We can't afford to offend the power behind them. Is it really that terrifying? The warrior asked, stunned. Even with the strength of the two lords, you don't dare to say. Since I'm not going to say it, I won't say it either, Ming Zhen replied. There are only a few sects in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts that can cultivate an existence like the Star Moon School in such a short time. I guess. The man's expression changed slightly, then he nodded and said, So that's how it is. Do the two of you think Ling Bai will come? You'll find out soon enough. Ming Zhen laughed once more. That cultivator was depressed, but knowing that he most likely wouldn't be able to get anything out of him, he didn't ask. That wasp seems to be a pai xiu. Suddenly, one of the cultivators began to speak in a daze. After being stunned for a long time, his eyes began to show fear, as if he had just confirmed what he had thought, and his body began to tremble. That martial artist was standing in the distance, and his voice was not soft, immediately attracting everyone's attention. What's wrong? Is there something strange about the hornet? Do you know him? A man beside the cultivator asked. However, it doesn't matter how powerful he is. He's already dead. The martial artist opened his mouth slightly, and the sound of his teeth chattering could be heard. His face was pale as he said in a trembling voice, This is the winged bee. What are feather bee? One of them asked in confusion. Feather bee. The feather bee of the land of poisonous wind. Many people cried out in surprise. Yunxiao's face changed drastically as well, as if he had recognized the wasp. Ming Zhen and Ming Jian's expressions changed drastically as well. Ming Zhen said in shock, This pie show can't be the queen bee of the plumper bees, right? For a moment, the entire place fell into a strange silence, and only a slight chill could be felt. There was a natural hurricane belt around the Tiandang Mountains. It was the natural barrier of the Tiandang Mountains. There were many terrifying creatures living in the hurricane zone, and the feather bee was one of them. Ordinary bees were only the size of a fist. They were white, yellow, and black in color. Their individual strength was not strong, but they were terrifying in groups. In addition to the characteristics of the hurricane belt, these bees could be said to run amok in it. No matter how powerful the existence was, they would have to take a detour if they encountered them. Any expert who had been to the Tiandang Mountains had seen these poisonous bees before, but they had never seen such a huge orange-yellow queen bee. The queen bee means the mayfly, Chen Zhongxi mumbled to himself. The expression on his face became more and more unsightly. Yun Xiao looked up at the sky in surprise. A buzzing sound came from the spinning spatial power, and when he looked through it with the power of his lunar pupil, he saw a dense swarm of wasps rushing out of the spatial tunnel. Not good. Quickly destroy this tunnel. Yun Xiao cried out, but to his horror, he found that his voice was blocked by a force, as if he was in a jar and could not be heard. He couldn't care about hiding anymore and directly walked out of the void. He stretched out his hand, and a large number of thunderbolts fell from the sky. They flickered between his 5 fingers and continuously formed various patterns. Suddenly, his body froze. A terrifying killing intent caught him, and he couldn't move at all. This power was extremely familiar. It was the main character of the day, the Peerless Killer. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the Tiandang Mountains. You even brought the queen bee. However, those bees are ferocious by nature, and you'll kill many people. Cold sweat trickled down Yunxiao's temples. The sky was clear, and no one responded to him. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to Yunxiao, and they looked shocked. It's you, Li Yunxiao. Li Yi gritted his teeth, full of hatred. Fei Yang, what's wrong? Wan Yiqian's eyes narrowed. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with anxiety, but he could not send out the message. What he saw in his eyes was too shocking, and he did not know how many millions of them were there. What's wrong, Lord Yunxiao? Chen Zhongxi asked anxiously. Is there a problem with that space? Yunxiao lowered his head and looked at his fingertips. His thumb and middle finger trembled with difficulty and gradually touched. He put his 2 fingers together, and a seal appeared. A ball of lightning exploded like a flower blooming on his fingertip. Then, he flicked his finger, and a thin purple lightning bolt shot out, turning into a dragon. Boom! The suppressive force was broken in an instant. The purple lightning rushed into the surging space and suddenly exploded, like a beautiful firework blooming in the blue sky. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shaking power shook everyone's heart, and they all widened their eyes in shock. Li Yi's face that was filled with rage earlier was now frozen in place. Large beads of cold sweat trickled down his sideburns as a sense of powerlessness and fear welled up in his heart. Ming Zhen shrieked, his voice piercing through everyone's eardrums. Taishu Yuqing Zifu Brahma Divine Thunder of Destruction. Mingjian's expression also became one of shock, and he said, How is that possible? The world-destroying sacred thunder is formed by the rules and the power of the world. How can a mortal master it? Ming Zhen quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands and sent them into the mirror beside him. The mirror was filled with a dense gray mist, and Yunxiao's figure was the only thing in it. However, no movement could be seen, and then the sky and the earth began to shake. I can't record it. It's indeed the power of the world. After the thunderbolt exploded, the world was deathly silent. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying power of the thunder. World-destroying sacred thunder. Haha! I didn't expect to see such a magical power in my lifetime. Is Li Yunxiao Lao AI the one who is said to be the reincarnation of the martial emperor vanquisher, Gu Feiyang? That's terrifying. Is he really martial sovereign vanquisher? The sky was filled with an uproar, and everyone was shocked. Feiyang, are you all right? Wan Yiqian's face was grave. After Yunxiao flicked the grenade, the killing intent disappeared without a trace. I'm fine. I just saw something terrifying. Something terrifying? Wan Yiqian frowned. Look, what's that? Someone suddenly exclaimed. At the place where the purple lightning had exploded, where the space had been spinning, countless dead bodies of the winged hornets were floating, as if they were rolling out of the waves, more and more of them. Wan Yiqian was shocked. These are mayflies. Could it be that the space rotation just now was to transport these things across regions? These bees are very strong, Yunxiao said with a nod. If hundreds or thousands of them form a hurricane, they will be even more difficult to fight. The people of the Merchant Union all turned pale. If Yunxiao had not blown up the tunnel, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wan Yiqian gritted his teeth and shouted, Ling Bai, come out if you have the guts. What kind of skill is this hiding and playing tricks? The sky was silent, and no one responded. Suddenly, a buzzing sound could be heard from the feather vulture bees floating in the air. Chen Zhongxi frowned and said, There's actually an undying bug under such a powerful lightning force? Are these bees really that strong? He moved his fingers and shot out a few beams of energy into the zombie crowd, making poof-poof sounds. It suddenly became quiet. However, in just a few breaths, the buzzing sound rang out again, and it was getting more and more frequent. The people of the Merchant Union all changed their expressions slightly, knowing that something was wrong. Yunxiao was shocked as well. He looked over and saw new bees appearing out of thin air in the zombie horde. How could this be? The spatial tunnel clearly collapsed. Where did these things come from? The winged hornets can travel through space by sensing the aura of their companions. Someone in the crowd suddenly said, Hurry up and burn all the dead bodies of the winged hornets. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. Yunxiao's heart jolted. The voice was very familiar, and he immediately knew who it was. He turned around in a hurry, but he had long disappeared. He's here? Since you don't want to show yourself, then forget it. As soon as the man finished speaking, countless black shadows appeared in the sky. They all appeared and turned into wind owl bees. There were hundreds of thousands of them. They were so dense that it made people shiver. It's too late, Sai. In an unremarkable corner of the crowd, a black-robed old man sighed softly. His white brows furrowed. Back then, I went to the Tiandang Mountains to study the feather bee. I wanted to tame them and make them the guardian demonic beasts of the Red Moon City. But I still failed. Just because I couldn't find the queen bee, I didn't expect Ling Bai to poke the beehive. Beside the old man was a woman who was also wrapped in a black robe. She said softly, It seems like Ling Bai is also a wise and resourceful person. The old man's brows relaxed, and he smiled. In this world, to be able to reach this level, which one of you is an idiot? Father, you're right. The woman bowed slightly and said, These two people were Ning Kuei and Ning Qiyun. Their black robes should have been very conspicuous, but they seemed to have used a secret technique, so no one was willing to take a second look. Ning Kuei's face looked even older than before, but he was full of energy. He said, Let's just watch quietly. There might be an unexpected result. This battle isn't simple, but it's even more so outside of the battlefield. Ning Qiyun nodded as if she understood, but her eyes were full of doubts. The appearance of a large number of winged bees immediately caused a commotion. The crowd watching the battle immediately retreated a few thousand feet, afraid that they would be implicated. Wang Yiqin was also shocked. What's going on? Where did these bees come from? The number of tens of thousands was still increasing. Everyone's pores opened and they had goosebumps all over. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The tens of thousands of winged scarlet bees scattered and flew towards the queen bee in large numbers. Their cries seemed to be filled with grief. Everyone's first reaction was a sharp pain in their ears. A large number of feather bee flew in circles above the queen bee and immediately rushed toward the martial artists in all directions. "Stop him!" Ding Shan shouted in shock. "Don't let them spread out." He opened his hand, and several bright auroras shot out, turning into intertwining nets of light that covered the area. Chi chi chi. A large number of plumed bees were burned to ashes when they came into contact with the aurora. Their remains scattered in the air like paper scraps, and more than half of them were cleared in one move. Ding Shan flicked his 5 fingers, and the might of the aurora pierced through the heaven and earth, spreading in all directions. The sky, which was covered by the bees, became bright. Only then did everyone's chaotic hearts calm down a little. There were so many strong people gathered here. Just thinking about it made them feel at ease. Moreover, Ding Shan's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all had shocked and solemn expressions. It was rumored that Ding Shan had stepped into divine transcendence, and the rumors were all over the place, making it difficult to distinguish between the truth and the lies. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, the rumors were most likely true. Many people's hearts became heavy. What's going on? Can we not kill these bees? Everyone's heart, which had just been put at ease, was once again on tenterhooks. In the sky, a large number of plumed bees appeared where the aurora had swept past. Hundreds and thousands of them formed a team and dispersed like a hurricane. And the number was growing exponentially. Wang Yiqin was shocked. Could it be that all the feather bee in the hurricane belt is here? "We're in trouble," Xianxia said seriously. "The hurricane is hundreds of miles long and wide, and there are countless bees in it. If they all come, the entire New Yen city will be finished." The people of the Merchant Union suddenly felt their hearts turn cold. After Songhua City was destroyed, it took a lot of effort to rebuild the new city, and its scale and defense were more than 10 times greater. It was determined to become the #1 city in the world. However, it had only been a short while, and they were about to face the test of the city's destruction. The tornadoes condensed in the air and shot out. The martial artists who were watching from afar were forced to take action and began to kill the feather bee. Many of them had already broken through the defenses of the Merchant Union and were spreading into the city. The powerhouses below the rank of Marshal Supreme would hardly be able to resist these hurricanes that were formed by hundreds or thousands of them. The ordinary mortals were instantly obliterated, their bodies blown into smithereens by the hurricane, leaving only a few traces of blood on the ground. Ding Shan also frowned. Although he wasn't afraid of this thing, the situation in front of him definitely wasn't something that could be eliminated by the strength of 1 or 2. Yunxiao's body was ablaze, and the tornadoes surrounded him, but they did not dare to approach. He made a hand seal, and the flames around him turned into several huge shields. Boom! The tornadoes wanted to escape, but the fire shield caught up with them and burned them all. His level 10 divine fire was a complete counter to these demonic insects, but the bees were too scattered. Not only were they flying through the air around the central square, but the range of the teleportation was also getting larger. "Feiyang, do you have any good ideas?" Wang Yiqin asked anxiously. "These bees are coming from other regions according to the aura of their companions," Yunxiao said thoughtfully. "It'll be really troublesome if it continues to spread like this. I suggest we activate the city's defensive formation and seal off all the spatial power, then burn all the bees in the city. Although it's time-consuming and laborious, it's the most direct and effective method." "Yes, simple and effective." Wang Yiqin slapped his head and ordered, "Activate the 3 city protection arrays and seal all the spatial power. Not even an ant or fly can come here." The Great Elder expanded the Great Rebirth blissful formation by 10 times and trapped all the bees, not letting a single one escape. The rest of you follow me to kill this bee. After all, we'll crush it into pieces and leave no trace of its aura behind. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Now that they had a backbone, their work efficiency immediately increased. In the distance, several rays of light shot up into the sky, showing different colors. They shone on each other in the air, spreading out like an umbrella at an extremely fast speed. Finally, they merged and formed a 3-layer barrier, which extended for hundreds of miles in the air and disappeared in a flash. After that, hundreds of people appeared from the void and ran in all directions. They formed a formation to block all the bees and prevent them from spreading further. A powerful array force seemed to surge out from the ground. Array runes kept rolling in the air, sealing off the area several miles around the ancient bronze battle platform. Under Wan Yi's command, all the experts of the Merchant Union were mobilized to encircle and annihilate the feather bee. Soon, the number of the bees was reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. Above the 3-layered defender array, 2 extraordinary figures stood in the void. One of them had a cold expression and his eyes were like water and lightning, as if they could see through everything. His white robe fluttered without any wind. I finally understand why you wanted me to steal the tortoise shell. Was this all within your calculations? That's just a normal guess. To prevent the bees from breaking through, we have to seal the entire New Yen city. Otherwise, you don't even need to show up today. The other person was an elegant young man in luxurious clothes. He smiled and said, "It's just the appearance of the tortoise shell, and you've become an enemy of the beaming dark palace again." There was a smile on his face as he flipped a thin card in his right hand. The green light flowed with his spirituality. The man snorted and placed his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with arrogance, as if the world was nothing in his eyes. He sneered, "Do I have a few enemies? It doesn't matter if there are a few more. Let's wait a little longer, now is not the best time," the young master in luxurious clothes said with a smile. The man frowned but didn't say a word. He continued to coldly look at the sky outside. New Yen City was in a mess. The young master in luxurious clothes stared at his face and suddenly laughed. "What, you're worried about me?" "No," the man replied. "I just find it strange. You're helping me just to make me test Gu Feiyong? You can do it on your own." The young master in luxurious clothes smiled and then retracted his smile. He stared into the man's eyes and said seriously, "Because I'm curious. I can't tell if you're dead or alive and I don't want to see you die." "Oh? Young master, you, who is known for knowing the past and future, is actually a liar." The man chuckled. The young master in luxurious clothes also laughed and said, "Since you know I'm a liar, why would you believe me? Could it be that Martial Emperor Nightshade, Ling Bai, has lost his confidence and has started to believe in fate? Humph, it doesn't matter if it's fate or not. As long as it's something I want to do, even if it's a god, I'll still kill it without hesitation." Ling Bai's eyes were filled with killing intent. Duanmu Yoyu felt the killing intent that seemed to have substance and was slightly shocked. However, he instantly returned to normal and smiled. "I'd like to meet Martial Emperor Ying, the god of slaughter." Ling Bai seemed to have heard something, and his pupils shrank. He snorted, and all the killing intent around him disappeared. He returned to his normal arrogant appearance. Duanmu Yoyu laughed lightly. The playing card that was spinning between the fingers of his right hand suddenly stopped. He flicked it and shot it out. The card broke through the void and kept spinning above New Yen City. As it was outside the formation and the city was in a mess, it did not attract anyone's attention. The card flipped over and revealed the pattern on it. It was printed with a grayish-brown turtle. Its shell was like a mountain peak, and the turtle's head was triangular with exposed teeth. It looked strange and terrifying. Bang! With a light explosion of sparks, the card burned up and drifted with the wind. "What?" The sound and the flame immediately caught Yunxiao's attention. He looked up and saw the scene in his eyes. "What's that?" Wan Yiqian heard his whisper and followed his gaze. With their eyesight, they could naturally see the burning card clearly. However, with a quick glance, the card completely turned into ashes, leaving only a few black ashes that were blown away by the wind. That's a mayfly. Wan Yiqian's heart skipped a beat. His intuition told him that there was something wrong with that thing, but he couldn't tell what it was. Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a large area of the buildings in the distance collapsed. The central square cracked open and collapsed. Boom! 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 Massive rumbling sounds constantly rang out from the ground, as if something was happening in the depths of the earth, and the earth was being torn apart. Boom! Just as everyone was extremely shocked, a mountain peak gushed out from the ground, continuously extending towards the sky. What the hell is this? The people of the Merchant Union all screamed and retreated along the mountain peak. The entire ground caved in and split open for 1,000 miles. Soon after, a huge turtle head emerged like a bamboo shoot. Its long white fangs flickered with cold light, and its eyes were the size of lanterns, shooting out cold light. That's my family's guardian beast, the turtle shell. A person in the crowd suddenly cried out in alarm. He clenched his fists so tightly that pa-pa sounds could be heard. His eyes were filled with anger as he roared, "Ling Bai, it turns out that you're the one who stole the guardian beast. Damn it!" Under the man's monstrous anger, a faint ice crystal condensed around his body. The surrounding martial artists trembled all over, feeling a boundless chill penetrate into their bones, and hurriedly retreated in horror. He's the Vice Palace Lord of Baiming Dark Palace, Hang Feng. What? The Vice Palace Lord of Baiming Dark Palace is here too. What's so strange about it? It's not strange for anyone to come for such a big event. What's strange is that the Baiming family's guardian beast was stolen. This is truly a great humiliation. That's right. If the guardian beast can be stolen, I'm afraid the entire Baiming Dark Palace will be robbed next time. However, their ability to seal off the news is quite impressive. They didn't even hear about such a big matter. All kinds of idle chatter entered Hang Feng's ears, making him even more furious. The red flush on his face formed a sharp contrast with the light blue of the cold air around him. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said coldly, "This is going to be troublesome. The turtle is an extremely powerful Earth-type dimensional demonic beast. Ling Bai must have predicted that the city's defensive formation would seal off the space, so he was prepared." The tortoiseshell continued to emerge from the ground, and a large number of winged hornets began to swarm out of the mountain-like shell, turning into a hurricane that spread out, and the speed of the increase was getting faster and faster. "Lord Hang Feng, quickly take your demonic beast away," Wan Yiqian shouted in shock and anger. "The guardian beast seems to have been disturbed. I couldn't communicate with it with my divine sense," Hang Feng said anxiously. "If that's the case, then I can only send it to the west," Wan Yiqian said angrily. The red dragon staff in his hand transformed into a coiling dragon that slithered around his hand like a snake. The storm of bees that had just been suppressed was stirred up again after the appearance of the turtle shell. It was even more turbulent than before, and Wan Yiqian was a little flustered and exasperated. Hang Feng was shocked. "Wait, give me some time, I'll definitely be able to persuade it." He flew down in front of the turtle shell and frantically gestured with his hands while constantly chanting an incantation. The turtle's head slowly shrank back into the hole, while a cold light flickered on its two fangs, making them shine brightly and emitting light smoke. Hang Feng shut his mouth immediately, as though he did not dare to say anything else. His forehead was densely covered in tiny beads of sweat, and he was extremely vigilant. This was because the turtle seemed to be about to attack. Shwa shwa! Two piercing rays of light shot out from the fangs, and the sky was split open. Hang Feng was shocked. Fortunately, he was prepared. He waved his sleeves in front of him, forming a circle that was as jade and as mirror. Boom! The power of the slash slammed into the jade mirror and instantly exploded into countless fluorescent lights. Some of the lights even passed through and directly hit Hang Feng's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly back. How could this be? Hang Yifeng was greatly alarmed. Gui Chen's current strength seemed to be far above what it was before. Yun Xiao fixed his eyes on the turtle shell. His pupils, which were as big as lanterns, were slightly red and filled with violence. This turtle shell is the same as the giant scorpion from before. Some kind of secret technique has been cast on it to constantly stimulate the potential in its body, causing its strength to increase explosively in a short period of time. I'm afraid it'll be useless after that. Hang Yifeng was extremely shocked and furious. This was the guardian beast of their beaming dark palace, and they couldn't allow it to be harmed at all. Then we can't let it live, Wan Yiqian said coldly. The red dragon staff flew out of his hand and turned into a dragon in the air. It swooped down and opened its mouth to bite the turtle head. Boom! The mountain on the turtle's back grew once more, and its entire head and limbs shrank back in. It was like a mountain standing on the ground, without any gaps. The red dragon's head violently slammed into the mountain peak, but it was so shaken that it kept rolling in the air, unable to move at all. Wan Yiqian's expression changed drastically, and he said in shock and anger, Hang Yifeng? What's with this tortoiseshell? Hang Yifeng's expression was also extremely ugly as he said, the shell of the tortoise shell was formed after it continuously devoured Earth-type objects for tens of thousands of years. It's incomparably strong and is difficult to break. Seeing that the number of bees was increasing, Wan Yiqian said angrily, If I can't break this mountain shell, I'll send it to the west. Brother Dingshan, I'll have to trouble you to take action. No matter how strong the peak was, it couldn't block an attack of divine transcendence. Although Dingshan was also shocked, seeing that the spread of the bees was not good for anyone, he still said, It's condensed from the 1,000-year earth element power. I might be able to break it if I use my full strength, but I'm afraid it's the mayfly of New Yen City. Wan Yiqian's heart turned cold. It was normal for a divine transcendence expert to destroy half of a city. If a barrier was used to suppress the aftermath, it would require the strength of hundreds of people. If the Great Rebirth formation was hit by this attack, its power would be greatly reduced. I can't care so much anymore, Wan Yiqian said in a deep voice. If we don't cut off the passage of these winged hornets, the entire New Yen City will be doomed. Brother Dingshan, please do it. I'll ask the Great Elder to set up a formation to open the barrier and suppress the aftermath. No need to go through so much trouble. Let me try. Be careful, Yun Xiao suddenly said. Everyone. He opened his hand, and the 5-colored Tusita peak slowly flew up and fell from his palm. It turned into a meteorite, and the pressure was so great that it directly burned the air. The entire space was constantly changing shape under the pressure of this huge rock, forming a funnel. The figures of the people nearby were stretched out, and they retreated in shock. Boom! The moment the Tusita heavenly peak touched the peak's shell, the ground trembled and the mountains shook. Tusita heavenly peak rolled down from the mountain's crust and the entire mountain instantly collapsed, turning into countless gravel that shot in all directions. What? Hang Yifeng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was very clear about the strength of the mountain's crust. At this moment, it was indeed as defenseless as a dirt slope as it disintegrated one after another. Li Yunxiao, how dare you kill me? The Xiangong turtle, he shouted in anger. I've already killed him, Yunxiao said casually. What do you want? All right, Hang Yifeng said angrily. I don't care if you're Gu Feiyang or Ing Luo. Shut up, Yunxiao interrupted impatiently. Can you? I'll kill your turtle and then you if you keep talking. Hang Yifeng sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was ashen from anger, but he could only watch helplessly as the shell peak collapsed. Ark! The turtle's miserable cry came from within the countless gravel and dust. In the end, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire turtle body was smashed into pieces, and the earth was riddled with holes. I didn't expect them to break through the tortoise shell so easily. In the void, Duanmu Yoyu scolded softly and said gloomily, The power of earth element emitted by the profound level weapon in Yunxiao's hand is so terrifying, much stronger than that of the turtle shell. It's a one-sided crush. Ling Bai replied coldly, Humph, I knew that animal would be of no use. Let me personally send the entire merchant union on its way. His figure moved and he walked forward. A white light flashed in the void. Duanmu called out and said, "Don't be in a hurry. I still have a few cards in my hand. At the very least, I'll break the formation first so that you won't regret it." "No need." A faint echo was heard, and Ling Bai's figure disappeared into the void. I was too impulsive." Duanmu sighed and said to himself, "Don't die so quickly." In Xingyan City, Wan Yiqian was overjoyed. "Fei Yang, you've done me a great favor again." With a wave of his hand, Yun Xiao recalled the Tusita heavenly peak and said indifferently, "Brother Yiqian is too polite. Since I've promised to help you, I'll naturally do my best. It's not in vain that the person I trust the most all these years is you," Wan Yiqian said happily. He glanced at Hang Yifeng in the distance, and his face was so dark that it was dripping with water. He snorted softly and said, "Lord Yifeng, you can't blame Fei Yang for the death of this turtle. All the heroes in the world can bear witness. If Baiming Dark Palace is being unreasonable, then the Merchant Union will take the responsibility. If they have any ideas, just come at me." Hang Yifeng's face was ashen. He clenched his fists and didn't say a word. No one knew what he was thinking. Once Gui Huang died, the city's defensive formation sealed off all the space again. The number of winged hornets began to decrease, and a large number of them were annihilated. All of a sudden, a huge white chain appeared above them. It was as if the Milky Way was crossing the sky, and it tore a crack in the city's defensive formation. The entire city began to shake violently, and the cracks created by the Tushita heavenly peak began to spread further and further away. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound and the energy fluctuation of the great city-guarding formation shot in the air randomly, and the whole world was in chaos. "Ling Bai, you're here to die." Wan Yiqian was shocked and furious. He disappeared from his original spot and reappeared 10,000 meters in the sky in the next moment. The red dragon staff transformed into a dragon and flew out of his hand, biting at the white silk. "Humph! What an embarrassment!" An ice-cold voice resounded as Ling Bai's figure appeared. He stood calmly on the white silk with a relaxed expression. He raised his right hand and pointed out. After striking out a few inches, he suddenly stopped. He put his two fingers together and drew a line in the air. The sky was instantly split open. The red dragon fell into the crack and was cut back to its original form. The walking stick was sent flying back. "It's Ling Bai!" Someone below cried out in alarm. Immediately, everyone looked up at the sky in shock, all of them excited and nervous. "As expected, he's here? There's a good show to watch." Ming Zhen's eyes flickered with a strange light, and the mirror also emitted a warm glow. "You're going too far." Wan Yiqian let out an angry roar, grabbed the red dragon staff, and rushed forward, hitting the other party's head with the staff in both hands. Ling Bai took a step forward, and a white light flashed. He was only left with an afterimage that was destroyed by the red dragon staff. His real body had already appeared 1,000 feet away. He put two fingers together and formed runes in the air, then pointed at the defender array. Boom! A ball of light burst out from the formation, like a whirlpool in the sea, constantly sinking. The 3 layers of light became bright at the same time, unable to withstand the power of that blow. A vast and mighty force was continuously transmitted from the formation light and spread in the sky above New Yen City. Everyone held their breath, feeling as if they were looking down on heaven and earth. Humph! The great formation of the Merchant Union City protection is not so easy to break. Wan Yifei landed on the formation light, stepping on the colorful light under his feet, his hands quickly forming hand seals. The essence of heaven and earth, the formation of yin and yang, all living things are born, and the spirit is divided into Tao-yi. Colorful light surged from the formation and covered his body. It became transparent like glass, like a divine armor. Then, he disappeared from his original spot and reappeared in front of Ling Bai. He opened his hand and slapped Ling Bai. The entire array began to shake as he moved, and it seemed to have become much fainter. However, The flood that had sunk in continued to rise up, resisting Ling Bai's power. Transform into the formation spirit. Wan Yiqian is indeed brilliant, Ming Jin exclaimed. He combined the power of the three great city-guarding formations and used himself as the spirit to make up for the gap between him and Ling Bai. It seems like I don't need the formation to fight against Ling Bai. What if he's not a simple man? He's been biding his time for so many years, and he's finally going to make it big, Ming Jian said. Between the adults, what if we can win? Someone beside him asked in surprise. It'll be difficult to win, Ming Jian muttered as he stroked his chin. But it'll be easy for me to draw with Ling Bai after I transform into my true spirit and absorb the power of the three great formations. Boom! As soon as Ming Jian finished his sentence, Ling Bai, who was in the air, slammed his palm down as well, instantly suppressing Wan Yiqian's giant glass palm and sending it crashing down. Boom! Boom! Wan Yiqian's body continued to sink, as if he had been smacked into a mud slab. The light on his body also became extremely unstable. My lord, Wan Qian seems to be unable to hold on, the man said in shock. Don't worry. This is just the beginning. It won't be so easy to get over it. Ming Jin replied. Boom! A huge tremor came from the formation light. The glazed light on Wan Yiqian's body was completely scattered. His entire body was sent flying like a cannonball, falling to the ground with a boom. That person was dumbfounded and tongue-tied as he said, Your Excellency, this Baian, Ming Jin, Wan. Ming Jian wiped his sweat and said, I didn't expect Wan Yiqian to be so vulnerable. It seems like the three formations can't stop Ling Bai. It's going to be a one-sided battle. Now, it's all up to the Great Rebirth formation. After Ling Bai sent Wan Yiqian flying with a single palm strike, he retreated instead of advancing and teleported a few thousand feet away. Boom! A formation light broke through the air where he had been standing, and thousands of glazed light bodies appeared again. He made a hand seal with one hand and pointed out, and the formation light immediately chased after him. Once again, Ling Bai leaped and disappeared from the sky above the formation. The formation light came down and then disappeared. Wan Yiqian's aura soared to the sky. He was like a god as he shouted, Ling Bai, get out here. His voice spread out and shook the world. Lord, Ling Bai has run away. The man was stunned. Ming Jian, Ing Luo, can't you just shut your mouth and watch such a world-shaking battle? Ming Jian's face was dark as he said angrily, He's stirring up my emotions and even my thoughts are not clear. If you ask any more questions, I'll tear you apart. He glared at the martial artist with anger. The martial artist was shocked and quickly stepped back, not daring to ask any more questions. The thousands of bodies in the sky seemed to have fused with the formation of light, and there was no distinction between them. They flickered under the sunlight. Come out! If they couldn't even break the three city-guarding formations, how could they fight against the entire merchant union? Aren't you asking to be humiliated? Are you tired of living? His voice spread out like waves, setting off a surge of clouds. As expected of the head of the merchant union and the head of the myriad treasures store, Ming Jin praised. Just this aura alone is not inferior to a titled martial sovereign. With these three grand formations, Wan Yiqian's current power is probably above Ling Bai's. Ming Jian nodded and said, A purple light suddenly appeared in the sky, spinning down at an extremely fast speed. Be careful, Yun Xiao cried out. Be careful. Wan Yiqian's pupils contracted. He could feel the power of the purple light without any warning. All the pores on his body stood up. With a loud shout, he clasped his hands together and suddenly slapped them toward the sky. The three palaces rise and fall. The river of carriages flows. Countless formation lights gathered on Wan Yiqian's body, turning into a colorful halo that kept spinning. Boom! The ray of purple light was actually a slender long sword, carrying an endless purple chi, and it slashed down. Wan Yiqian's pupils suddenly opened, and the glazed light on her body immediately collapsed. The three formation lights in the sky above New Yen City instantly became blurry. Wan Yiqian cried out in pain, and her body trembled under the purple sword. The glass around her body cracked layer by layer like armor. Pa! Wan Yiqian's hands suddenly clasped together, and his body exploded with a boom. A red light shot out from the explosion and landed on the ground in an instant, forming his body. However, his face was pale and his lips were trembling. Ming Zhen, Wan. Ming Jian coughed. Although Wan Qianqian's strength has increased greatly, Ling Bai is a titled martial sovereign after all. It's within our expectations that he could break through 3 layers of defense with one move and injure Wan Qianqian. That's right. That purple sword should be Ling Bai's personal sword, the 6-wound purple sword. Ming Zhen nodded. After the purple long sword defeated Wan Yiqian, it spun in the air, turned into purple light spots, and disappeared. Ming Zhen, Wan. The two of them felt that the people around them were looking at them with strange eyes. Their old faces immediately turned red, revealing embarrassment and anger. After that, the formation light in the sky started to disperse one by one, like fireworks that kept exploding in the sky. A pure white figure slowly descended with her hands behind her back. The whole world became abnormally quiet, as if time had stopped, and only that figure was the only movement in the universe. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as the city protection formation was broken, the spatial seals were all opened, and countless featherby flew over again. The people of the Merchant Union finally reacted in shock. Get into formation, Chen Zhongxi shouted. He took a step forward and walked towards Ling Bai. His body was alternating between light and dark as if he was not in this space. Hundreds of powerful cultivators appeared in the surroundings. They arranged themselves in fixed positions and surrounded Ling Bai in the formation. Everyone felt a huge and inexplicable pressure. That figure was just standing there, but it was as if he had occupied the supreme throne, making people tremble uncontrollably. Don't panic, we're already very familiar with the formation. As long as we're united, we can even kill a god. Chen Zhongxi appeared in the sky and looked at Ling Bai. When everyone saw the backbone, they immediately calmed down and began to calm down and concentrate, activating the array. Suddenly, beams of formation light shot up into the sky. Everyone's body was shining with light. Hundreds of light pillars were like stars in the sky, trapping Ling Bai in the formation. The vast power of the stars seemed to be sprinkling down through time and space. The sky was peaceful and quiet, flowing with a harmonious and beautiful scene, like a pure land of bliss. So the so-called ancient killing formation is just a star formation. Ling Bai said indifferently. No matter what kind of array it is, it's a good array as long as it can kill you. Chen Zhongxi snorted. He stretched out his hand, and the bronze battle platform flew over. With a slap, a crisp sound of bronze trembled as it pressed down on Ling Bai. At the same time, the hundreds of light pillars were constantly changing. A vast and majestic power appeared. It was pure and lustrous, solemn and murderous. It's not the power of the stars. It's the power of the realm. Ling Bai's expression changed. It's too late for you to know. Go to hell. Chen Zhongxi sneered. His hands were constantly forming hand seals as his body flickered in and out of existence within the pillar of light. The bronze ancient battle platform emitted a spiritual luster as the diagrams on it began to unseal. Among them, there were thousands of things not only tangible but also the 7-treasure glazed tile, and even hundreds of different kinds of feelings. There was a piece of unique shape and color, but it was extremely profound and could not be measured. It's indeed the world's power. Ling Bai's expression changed slightly. The bronze battle platform was like a world that was constantly expanding in front of him, and he was trapped in it. Everywhere was solemn and beautiful, and he couldn't extricate himself. His eyes were filled with confusion, and there was joy in his pupils, as if he was immersed in this boundless beauty. Boom! The bronze ancient battle platform crushed over, shattering the space around Ling Bai, turning it into a bottomless pitch-black space that was constantly spinning. The white figure slowly sank into it without any resistance. Everyone's eyes were wide open. It was as though there was a galaxy beneath the stage. That white dot became smaller and smaller, and eventually, it sank into the ground. Did Ying Luo win? Everyone was stunned. That's impossible. Such a powerful existence was crushed almost without any counterattack. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief, but the truth was right in front of their eyes. Chen Zhongxi was also ecstatic. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect it to have such a miraculous effect. Even a true god can't come out of the battle platform. Ha ha!" Wan Yiqian was also in disbelief. Ming Zhen clenched his right hand into a fist and slapped it against his left hand. Yes. As expected of one of the three great ancient killing formations, a weapon that could kill gods in its way. He killed so many immortal state warriors back then, and Ling Bai is not even an immortal state warrior. Ming Jian nodded continuously. Even if Ling Bai isn't dead, he's most likely trapped on the ancient battle platform. As long as the Great Rebirth formation continued to operate and completely refine him, there would be no possibility of him turning the tables. Although this battle was a little unexpected, it was still within reason. "Yes, I am. Everything is within our calculations," Ming Zhen said. "From now on, there will be no more Ling Bai in the realm of heavenly martial arts." As the crowd listened to their discussion, their expressions slowly changed from shock to realization, as if they had finally understood. Yun Xiao stared at the bronze ancient battle platform, trying to see through it, but he was blocked by the powerful world power and could not see anything. At this moment, Chen Zhongxi was sitting cross-legged and floating in front of the bronze battle platform. He shouted, "Don't be distracted. Everyone, focus your energy and turn Ling Bai into dust." Hundreds of people were excited. If they could kill Ling Bai, they would be proud for the rest of their lives. All of them exerted their full strength and continuously performed all kinds of incantations. The light pillars reflected each other in the air and formed a huge and vast array. A monstrous power poured into the ancient bronze battle platform. It was solemn and looked like a pure land of bliss. It was peaceful and quiet inside and outside the array. Affected by the array, many people looked confused and pious, almost kneeling down. "I wonder how long it'll take to refine Ling Bai. Why don't we take a look with the mirror?" Ming Zhen suggested. His words instantly attracted the attention of everyone as they stared at the mirror with suspicion. Although it was extraordinary, they didn't believe that it could see through the world energy to peer into the depths of the ancient battle platform. "This mirror is only a replica of the real mirror. Can it withstand the penetrating power?" Ming Jian seemed to be a little hesitant. Ming Zhen laughed. "We'll know once we try. I really want to see what Ling Bai looked like before he died. I'm sure everyone has the same request. If you really have a way to show what's inside, everyone is eager to see it," a warrior called out. A figure slowly appeared in the crowd. It was Duanmu Yuyu. He stood silently in an unremarkable corner, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He held his chin and said in deep thought, "This really is an imitation of the Miaoxiang treasure mirror. Who are these two jokers?" As soon as he appeared, he immediately sensed several spiritual senses landing on his body. He had originally formed a seal with one hand, wanting to calculate something, but he suddenly stopped. He chuckled and put down his hand, standing in the crowd like an ordinary person. "All right then, we'll use our power to activate the mirror's maximum power," Ming Jian said. The two of them immediately began to make hand seals, one on the left and one on the right, doing completely opposite movements. Several hand seals were sent into the mirror, and a gray image suddenly appeared. "What, the power of the world is too strong and can't penetrate?" Ming Zhen asked in shock. Ming Jian's brows were tightly locked and he didn't know what was going on. On the other hand, Yun Xiao's pupils constricted, and he immediately became alert. That vast expanse of white was the scene when the power of the world first appeared. He had experienced it in the cauldron of mountain and river. What was the origin of this bronze battle platform? How could it have such a power? In truth, the battle platform itself didn't contain the power of the world. Instead, it was condensed from the power of the Great Rebirth blissful formation. It relied on the boundless power of the stars to transform into the Great Rebirth blissful world, which produced the hazy scene similar to the opening of a saint weapon. In the haziness, there was a vague figure sitting in the air, making hand seals with one hand. A dense purple light swam around his body, like a dragon or a horse, constantly changing its form. Not good, Xianxia cried out in surprise. Ling Bai is absorbing the power of the world. What? Everyone was shocked. They looked at the mirror with confusion, as if they had not seen anything. Feiyang, what did you see? Wan Yiqian couldn't help but ask. Yunxiao's body trembled as he frowned and said, Could it be that none of you can see it? The power of the world is too strong, Mingzhen said. The mirror can't see through it at all. Can you really see anything, Li Yunxiao? Yunxiao looked over and found that the person sitting cross-legged in the white light was indeed Ling Bai, and the purple light flowing around him was his natal mystic weapon, the 6 injuries purple sword. I don't know what's going on with this broken mirror, but it's indeed Ling Bai who's absorbing the world power to cultivate, he said indifferently. Chun Zhongshi's brows furrowed deeply and he said, This Luo isn't very likely, right? Since the mirror can't show, how can it see? Ming Jian said, Li Yunxiao, you're just trying to be mysterious. Let's say that I'm deliberately mystifying things, Yunxiao said. In any case, I've done what I should have done, and I've said what I should say. As for how to judge, that'll be up to Brother Yiqian and Grand Elder Chun Zhongxi. Wan Yiqian and Chun Zhongxi were in a difficult position. They looked at each other and could not make a decision. Brother Ding Shan, Brother Qian Shang, Head Shopkeeper Han, what do the few of you think? Wan Yiqian turned around and asked. I can't make a judgment on this matter, so I dare not speak rashly, Qian Shang said. Han Junting nodded slightly. I agree with President Qian Shang. However, young Master Yunxiao has the moon eyes. He has the ability to see the sky. We must take him seriously. What do you think, Brother Ding Shan? Wan Yiqian looked at Ding Shan and asked. There was no emotion on Ding Shan's face. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. It was also in case he had something in his heart that he could not figure out. It's better to believe in nothing than to believe in something, Ding Shan said. Oh, what do you mean? Wan Yiqian's pupils shrank. Even if Ling Bai is really cultivating inside, it's almost impossible for him to advance 100 feet with his current cultivation base, so we can afford to wait. But if we blindly follow Yunxiao's judgment and open the battle platform to the public, all our efforts will be in vain. Wan Yiqian clapped his hands and laughed. That's right. We'll do as Brother Ding Shan says. Great Elder, don't stop for even a moment. Let's just pretend that Ling Bai is trapped inside. But no one can relax, just in case. The faces of the hundreds of people who had set up the array turned solemn, and they became more serious and focused. What Yunxiao saw seemed to be their humiliation, and all of them looked angry. Don't worry, Tower Lord, Mingzhen laughed. In our opinion, Ling Bai is most likely doomed. The great bliss of rebirth is one of the 3 ancient ominous formations, and those who are trapped in it will not be able to escape. Wan Yiqian had the same thought, but there was a gloomy feeling lingering in his heart, which made him more and more irritated. From time to time, he looked at Yunxiao, but the latter's face was as indifferent as Ding Shan's, almost expressionless. Yunxiao's expression did not change, but his heart was in turmoil as he stared at the mirror without blinking. He could see that Ling Bai was indeed absorbing the power of the world. In addition to the flashing light of the 6 wounds purple sword, there was also a faint purple chi condensing in front of her. The purple chi became thicker and thicker, slowly forming the shape of an armor. The armor was exquisitely made and could cover almost any acupuncture point on the body. The helmet was like half a face with 2 horns on it, which was extremely strange and terrifying. Yunxiao could not help but swallow, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. Not only could the moon pupil see 1,000 miles with a single glance, it could absorb sight from the 5 senses and 6 senses. It could also feel qi. The surging power that was emitted from the armor made his heart palpitate. What kind of armor is this? He was extremely shocked. In the current world, even in the rumors, the information of the armors that could be searched flashed through his mind one by one, but none of them matched. In his knowledge, the Devil Sky Silk was already an existence that was difficult to surpass. However, The feeling that this armor gave him was even above the devil sky silk. Where did Ling Bai get such an item? The aura of this armor is so compatible with his killing intent. It's truly flawless. Yunxiao's heart grew heavy. Ling Bai's strength had already reached the peak, and if he were to combine it with the power of the armor, no one in the entire New Yen city would be his match, unless Ao Chongkong was really here. At this moment, Ling Bai's face was very calm and serene. The hand seals in his hands became very slow, but they were extremely strange. Every time he made a hand seal, he would activate the origin array on the armor, as if it was completely in sync with the hand seals of this profound level weapon. Refine a profound level weapon. Yunxiao was taken aback. He finally understood what Ling Bai was doing. He wasn't cultivating it by himself, but rather, he was borrowing the power of this world to refine this armor. In that case, he hasn't completely refined this thing yet. But judging from his skillful movements and compatibility, I guess he's not far from it. Cold sweat oozed out of Yunxiao's forehead. Ding Shan's analysis was indeed correct. Even if one were to cultivate in the power of the world, it was impossible to make another breakthrough in a short time. But who could have thought that Ling Bai was refining a profound artifact, the Xianxia, in it? As time passed, everyone waited quietly. Only the hundreds of experts continued to perform hand seals to maintain the operation of the bronze battle platform. Each and every one of them was so tired that their clothes were soaked in sweat. It's been so long, is he dead? Finally, someone couldn't help but mutter, immediately causing a lot of discussion. Wan Yiqian's face was gloomy the whole time, and the irritation in his heart was growing stronger and stronger. With the instinct of a warrior, he would not feel this kind of frustration for no reason. He looked at Yunxiao and said, "Fei Yang, what do you think of the scene you're seeing?" "Brother Yiqian," Yunxiao said, "since you don't believe me, you'll know later." Wan Yiqian's expression was extremely ugly, and he seemed to feel a trace of regret. There's a change in the mirror. Could it be that it has been completely refined into dregs? Ming Jin suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned to look at the mirror and saw that the mist was beginning to ripple like water, as if its power had become a little chaotic. Soon after, a large amount of purple light emerged from it and began to flash on the mirror. A white figure seemed to be visible in the mess. "He didn't die," someone exclaimed. Wan Yiqian was extremely shocked and angry, and the uneasiness in her heart was finally confirmed. She shouted, "Keep the ancient battle platform." Chunzhong, she felt a great sense of defeat. Although he didn't know what was going on, it was clear that the great rebirth blissful formation had lost. "Withdraw the formation." He couldn't help but shout loudly and fly up first. Countless light pillars instantly scattered in all directions in a disorderly manner. In the end, everyone flew back, their faces all pale. The bronze battle platform slowly rose up as a nebula appeared in the surroundings. The torrent-like vortex surged once more, growing larger and larger. A white figure, like a touch of snow in the sky, sat there quietly, never changing. Once again, Chen Zhongshi's mind was injured. Under the attack of anger, a mouthful of blood rushed up his throat, and he was filled with a sense of defeat. "Ling Bai, you deserve to die." He gritted his teeth and flew up to the bronze platform. He clenched his 5 fingers, and a large amount of spirit qi rushed into his palm. Then, he suddenly slapped it. The palm force was like a mountain moving overwhelming the mountains and overturning the seas. Ling Bai opened his eyes slightly. A purple light flashed around his body, and his eyes shot out like blades. He stared at Ming Zhan and Ming Jian and said coldly, "You two jokers dare to spoil my good thing." He had completely ignored the shocking palm. Ming Zhan was greatly shocked, feeling as though his entire body was shining under that gaze. He could not help but shudder and retreat. The precious mirror emitted a dense light, which shone on their faces, making them pale. Boom! Chun Zhongshi's palm landed and destroyed the entire torrent vortex. Ling Bai was unable to resist the attack. His entire body flew along with the dissipating light. Under her fluttering white clothes, her cold face was filled with self-admiration. What a lofty and arrogant man, Xianxia said. I really want to slap him to death. You're underestimating us, Chen Zhongxi shouted angrily. He opened his hands and turned the two elements into one. A Tai Chi diagram spun in his palm and he shouted, White rainbow piercing the sun. First elder, be careful. If Ling Bai were to scream, Chen Zhongxi would not be a match for Ling Bai. However, Chen Zhongxi had already put his life and death aside. His fighting spirit was high, and he turned into a stream of light and flew forward. He struck out with both palms. In case he panicked, he would chase after them. It's important for people to know their own limitations. Great Elder, look at yourself. Do you have that? Ling Bai sneered. He raised his hand, and a purple light appeared on his fingertip. He said coldly, Sound blade. Clang! The purple light on his fingertip shook slightly, making a metallic sound. An invisible force was slashed out. Boom! Chen Zhongxi's palm attack was immediately split in half. The power of the sound blade penetrated his body, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Suddenly, his aura rapidly declined and he instantly became dispirited. Seeing that you've helped me refine my armor, I won't kill you with this strike. Get lost. Go! Ling Bai shouted. Chen Zhongxi was sent flying like he was hit by a hammer. His blood splattered across the sky. The hundreds of cultivators were all dumbfounded. The head elder, who was usually unattainable in their eyes and whose strength was heaven-defying, was actually so vulnerable. In case Qian Yi was furious, he used the red dragon staff as a padao and swept it horizontally. Ling Bai dodged it with a light leap, and his body flew back like a willow leaf. He laughed and said, If you have any other tricks up your sleeve, use them all. If you run out of tricks, it'll be your death. Humph! It's not your turn to take my life. Fellow Taoists, let's fight to the death with this demon. Wan Yiqian shouted angrily, wanting to gather everyone to surround and annihilate him. The walking stick in his hand was brandished in an imposing manner, and his every move was aimed at Ling Bai's vital points. However, he knew that all of this was useless. Only by joining forces would they have a chance of winning. The people of the Merchant Union rushed up and surrounded Ling Bai, attacking him. Several figures flashed in the air. Ling Bai placed his hands behind his back as he dodged the attacks. He said, Wan Yiqian, Qian Shang, Han Junting, Ding Shan, and Su Lieni. Very good. Those who didn't die are all here. He drew a circle in front of him with his right hand, and a purple light flashed. A sword-shaped shadow, like a snake, wrapped around his arm. It drew a half circle in the opposite direction, and a terrifying sword force condensed. Retreat! Yunxiao cried out in surprise. Danger! Now that Su Lieni was his, he couldn't just watch her die. Su Lieni was shocked. She didn't dare to take another step forward. Instead, Yi Yen started to retreat. Han Junting's heart was also in a state of shock. She had already felt the shock when the purple sword appeared, and she could not stand it any longer. She quickly retreated. Yi Qian and brother Ding Shan. I'll leave this place to you too, Qian Shang said anxiously. Stand down, Wan Yiqian said in a deep voice. Everyone below divine transcendence is an ant. Oh, Ling Bai laughed. Is it too late to retreat now? Swish! His right fist struck out in the air and immediately spread out in a half-moon shape. It contained an infinite amount of sharp sword intent and chased after the few people. Bang! The golden abacus in Qian Shang's hand blocked in front of him, and more than 10 beads all fell out. A mouthful of blood rushed up his throat, but he still swallowed it down. His eyes were filled with fear as he retreated again. In case he threw the 1,000 crutches away and turned into a dragon in front of him, directly hitting the sword intent. Ding Shan's face was grave. This was the first time he had fought to the death with a divine transcendence expert, so he was extremely careful. In his hand was a 3-foot-long bronze sword without any luster, just like ordinary brass. With a twist of his wrist, he slashed down. Boom! As the three forces bombarded each other, a shocking light shook the sky and rippled away layer by layer. The surrounding martial artists all suffered internal injuries from the shock and hurriedly retreated in fear. Many of them were even directly turned into ashes by the aftermath of the shock. I'm so scared. Is this the power of divine transcendence? There was a commotion in the crowd, and they all ran for their lives. Su Liani returned to Yunxiao's side and said in horror, "This power is too terrifying. Can the merchant union win?" Her dignified face revealed a look of fear. "Don't worry," Yunxiao said. "Even if the sky falls, I'll still have the tall one to shoulder it." Ding Shan and Wan Yiqian are not noobs. Wan Yiqian and Ding Shan joined forces to suppress the fist wind and sword intent, forming a temporary balance. However, the aftershock was stronger than the previous wave, and it kept attacking New Yen City. Ling Bai stood proudly with his left hand behind his back. Under the joint attack of the two divine transcendence experts, he was finally forced to retreat. However, his expression remained unchanged. Clang! He raised his left hand and waved it slightly. A sword sound trembled, and then a purple light fell. An ancient purple sword fell beside him. With the seal of his left hand, two sword wills shot out from the 6 injuries purple sword, which exploded in the air and slashed toward the two. The two of them instantly stopped moving. They felt the terrifying sword attack at the same time and did not dare to get too close. They both retreated. Boom! The two purple sword chi flew in the air and then exploded like two nebulas. Ling Bai placed her hands behind her back and walked through the two nebulas. As her white clothes fluttered, snowflakes began to fall. In an instant, the sky was covered in snow. He grabbed in the air, and the purple sword with 6 injuries suddenly flew toward him. He waved his sword in his hand and slashed at the two of them. Boom! Wan Yiqian and Ding Shan were extremely shocked and angry. They didn't dare to receive the other party's sword move head-on, and relied on their superior movement technique to escape in the air, directly dodging it. They're both divine transcendence experts. How can there be such a huge difference? The people in the distance were all shocked. Wan Yiqian and Ding Shan were both divine and extraordinary existences, but they were forced to the point where they couldn't even fight back by Ling Bai. Ming Zhen and Ming Jian's eyes were filled with fear as well. Ling Bai is too powerful. I'm afraid the merchant union is in big trouble today. We'll go first to avoid being implicated. The two of them waved their hands and swept up the mirror. They were about to cross the sky and leave. The two of you have just ruined my plan. Don't leave. Stay in the ruins of New Yen City forever. Ling Bai's eyes were filled with killing intent as he swung his sword. Purple light flashed. Ming Zhenming saw that the two of them were instantly split apart. The two of them transformed into their human forms and descended, standing in the air without moving. The mirror in Ming Jian's hands suddenly broke with a chi sound, and the mirror surface shattered into countless rays of light. The two of them were completely lifeless, without any expression, as if they were dead. Swish! Suddenly, blood spurted out from their waists, spraying high into the air. The two of them finally split open at their waists, turning into a few pieces of broken corpses and falling from the sky. Ah! Ming Zhan and Ming Jian's death had a huge visual impact on everyone. They all retreated in shock and fear. Brother Ding Shan, if we don't use our full strength, we'll really die here today, Wan Yiqian said anxiously. I hope Brother Yiqian can also use his full strength and not have any illusions. Ding Shan's expression was abnormally unsightly. Naturally, Wan Yiqian said. As if to show his sincerity, he grabbed the red dragon staff, and the runes on it began to unseal. In an instant, it turned into a red long sword, with the shape of a dragon leaping on it, and a cold light shining on the water. Heaven and earth flow together, dragon in the wild. With a slash of the red sword, the dragon shadow roared and slashed down with lightning speed. Ling Bai raised his purple sword and slashed down. The entire space seemed to be in a trance. The dragon shadow seemed to be suppressed by an extremely strong force. Its body trembled in the air, and then it split into two and disappeared completely. The sword's momentum didn't decrease and continued to strike down. Wan Yiqian was shocked and immediately retreated, avoiding that terrifying attack. Ling Bai was about to catch up with him when he was suddenly surrounded by colorful lights. They were silk threads, and they wrapped around him like silkworms spitting silk. Each thread had a different luster, and it was as beautiful as a dream. Light of the 9 poles, burn the heavens. The countless rays of light trembled like the strings of a zither. Then, they burst apart and pierced Ling Bai's body. They were like countless golden needles, crisscrossing and densely packed together. Ling Bai's eyes narrowed, and he leaned forward slightly. The 6-wounded purple sword kept drawing extremely sharp circles of light in front of him. The big circle and the small circle all transformed into countless circles. The dense light needles were all crushed when they entered the circle. Wan Yiqian had appeared in the sky at some point in time. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a huge halo appeared behind him. Countless sword chi circulated inside, forming a huge sword wheel that was like the scorching sun in the sky. Great Sun Sword Seal. With a wave of his sleeve, the golden wheels in his palms spun, and he quickly slapped them down. The sword wheel rotated like the setting sun, shining with golden light. Ling Bai's pupils constricted, and for the first time he shot out a cold killing intent. Purple light swirled around his body. Ding Shan also took a deep breath. His left hand made a grabbing motion, and a small triangular flag appeared in his hand. He waved it in the air. Suddenly, wind, rain, lightning, ice, frost, and snow filled the sky, and the weather became uneven. 7 flags of extinction. Ding Shan threw the small flag away and unsealed it on its own before flying toward Ling Bai. The white snow suddenly began to dance in the air. Ling Bai stood with his sword in his hand and tapped the sword with his left hand. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky and a purple chi came from the east. Then, Ling Bai's body glowed with a dazzling light. The entire world was covered in white snow. Purple clouds filled the sky as his sword intent soared through the clouds.